really like her line work. Her line work collection, the whole collection's my favorite. I just love it.
Here's this one.
Oh, is that from, let me guess.
Curious.
Is that Curious and yeah, I love that. Some of them I'm like scared to use because it's like I don't know how to use them.
Well, if it wouldn't been for Kathy with quilts with a K
Yeah,
and the Z at the end,
yeah.
her and Patrickly Creative Melissa are the ones that told me just fussy cut these and then make. If I can pull up the.
Oh wow, that's so pretty. Do you have a template for that, or do you just do that all? Oh, cool. I've wanted to do a pineapple block for so long. I think those are just so cool.
I know Melissa from Practically Creative actually found these on Ally Express, and she got both of them for $20.
Oh wow, that's a
But
really
they're
good
on a boat from China, so they're taking forever for her. So she's doing a paper piece and pineapple.
Oh wow.
So
Yeah, those can get really expensive. $20 for twos, even if you have to wait. That's a really good deal.
yeah. Hi Nancy. Hi Sandra. They're
Oh,
here.
I never turned my chat on. There we go. Let's see if I can sometimes if I exit out, then I can. There we go. Oh, cool. All right.
So I'm trying to pair two different fabrics to do that pineapple block.
I'm excited to see how you do it. I've never done a pineapple block before, so I don't even know. Even with a template, I'm not sure how that goes. I gotta get 1,000 tools to do paper piecing.
Yeah. And then I got this purple one in big yardage.
Oh, that's pretty.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Sandra.
I think I saw you show that yesterday. It was coming off as blue on my TV, but it looks more purple on here.
Yeah, it's purple.
Really, I like that. Okay, I always have to make sure I've got my quarter ruler, my seam trimming ruler, my rotary cutter, my fabric scissors, my glue, my mat, my templates, my fabric.
Well,
That's
right
one thing
behind
about
me is
paper.
the iron board.
Oh yeah, and then the ironing board is set up, ready to go. There's so many steps to get ready.
Yeah.
But I'm really looking forward to sewing tonight on here with you.
I just thought it would be fun to have you and I do these so long on the sewing times at night.
Yeah, I think that'd be fun. Cause do you sew at night a lot?
Yeah, I'm more of a night owl.
Yeah.
So my mom takes care of my kid so that she takes her to school on the way out of town. So I don't have
that's
to
nice.
But she sleeps over there for her during the school year.
That's awesome.
Nancy, I'm working on a pineapple block that I got the idea from Melissa. If I can say it right, Practically Creative.
Thank you.
But I'm actually trying to pair them up. Ooh.
This is Beguiled by Libs Elliott. And I made a post. Courtney just said that she had seen it on my Facebook and Instagram. I am still trying to plug away on this. So this is a fourth, so I have 3 more of these to make. And so each 3 is a section. So hopefully I can get most of a section done tonight.
Hey, Sean's here. Our buddy's here.
Hey, Sean. Yeah, Beguiled's my favorite. They have it in white, and they also have a black version that's really cool, but it's sold out everywhere. I guess everyone the black Beguiled. I think it's called Venom. That's what I'm working on, Christine. I'm just trying to stay on track because I cut my finger, and I took a little break, and I feel like I'm falling behind, even though it's the 3rd day of April, and I should have this done by the end of April. I have plenty of time, but I always get so antsy about deadlines.
What do you think of these two?
Oh, yes. I love that.
Okay.
I love how it's like a big print and a little print together, too. They both pop off of each other really well.
Because I was
Really
trying
cute.
to see, because I did this one in both white, the light color.
Oh, yeah.
Sweeper.
That's going to look really good. I think it's going to pop really well, too, with the blue and orange together. I like
Yeah.
that.
Thank you.
Tula just has such pretty fabrics. I
She
love
does.
her curious. I have not gotten any of that.
I got this on my birthday. My husband's kind of spoiled me, even though he knows it. Her fabric is expensive.
Yeah. I feel like all fabric nowadays is expensive, though.
Yeah.
Especially lately, I know like a lot of the manufacturers have like increased their prices, and it's not their fault. They kind of have to, but oh my
So
goodness.
I'm gonna show you something real quick. That's my Tula pink.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Rainbow in the middle.
I
They
love
put
that.
rainbow here.
That's so cool.
I got that for my 30th birthday.
Did it just come that way, or did you have to add that onto there?
It was that way. She did a special edition. They had it in the 770 or the 570.
That is really cool. Do you like that machine?
I love it. It came with an embroidery attachment too.
Oh, nice.
And Sean's the
Yeah,
one that thought I should put that one in the videos to use as sewing machine regular.
yeah, I feel like a lot of people love to see that.
Yeah.
That's such a unique machine.
That's too dark.
It definitely is going to keep increasing the price of fabric. Hopefully, things like regulate at some point, and
Yeah.
we can continue to afford quilting. Honestly, I'm pretty sure all of us, even in our scraps, could get by with quilting
Yeah.
for a while.
How about that one?
Ooh, I like that too. I
Because I was trying to decide instead of that light one, do
like
this
subtle look.
polka dot one.
I like that too, though. Are you wanting it to pop, or are you wanting it to be like your
I
other
want it to look like it's popping out of there.
I like the green, or not the green, the pink or the orange. The pink looks really good.
This pink?
The dark pink.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. That looks really good. I love that. Ugh. How do people make such pretty colors?
Well, that's okay. I'll show you the full print of the one I just made. That I put together.
Oh, wow.
In the
I
pineapple.
love those. You're really good at pairing fabrics together. I feel like sometimes that's really hard for me to do. I overthink it. Like
I tend to think it needs a different way. And then I'll go to the store with my husband, and 2 hours later, I come back, and he's already done picking out fabrics for me. Like,
is he really
involved?
involved?
Do that.
That's awesome. I think it means like the world to have partners who are like invested in it with us. I think that makes it so much more enjoyable to have like supportive partners.
He's actually the one that picked my name for my business.
Oh, wow. That's really cool.
Yeah. Sorry, my other camera just kind of turned itself off and beeped at me.
All right, I'm going to start sewing. If it's too loud, I can like mute myself or whatever.
You're fine.
Hopefully it's not too bad. I'll try and go slow too. I'm not going to have another oopsie.
Please don't.
Honestly, I was just so happy that it wasn't on a live because I was about to live on Instagram with my friend Haley, and then catastrophe struck, and I was like, oh my goodness, I'm so glad that didn't happen in front of a ton of people.
So I have another set of Tula Pinks fabric that I bought in a bundle down in Corpus Christi, Texas. And instead of doing something with like I'm doing with these set, I'm doing a hexagon, and it's one of the. I have the template of Tula Pink's hexagon ones that has 2 pieces. So I'm hand sewing those.
Oh, wow.
So it's like the smallest size hexagon, and then you have the batting, and then you
Yeah.
have the bigger size hexagon.
I'm not really good at hand sewing. I can't do
I'm
it.
practicing.
Goodness. Are you back?
Yeah.
I went to type something and it went like, oh, I guess I wasn't in the chat thing. Okay, let me
Oops.
see. I'm still learning. This is like the second. I'm trying to say hi to Barb. Hi, Barb.
I think I want to do like this multicolored match with the multicolor. And like a
Yes.
dark light. It has pink in it. I have this fabric in purple.
Oh. Oh, is that the fairy dust?
Yes. That was
I love
included in this kit.
I have a box of Tula fabric that I purchased for the graphic jam quilt. It's a paper piecing block of the month quilt that I have not started, and it is now April. So it's just sitting in there, but I got the mineral and I have some of that fairy dust because it's so pretty. I just love that. I'm intimidated by her like portrait fabrics just because I don't know like how to showcase them, you know, and they're so big. And I've never sewed with it. Yeah, I've
Like
never
20 of
sewed.
these.
Yeah,
So
that's intimidating to me. So the fact that you're using it and you're using it so well is really cool.
did we lose
Gives me-
Sean? Because I was
Huh?
going to show him.
Sean, you still on?
I know Sandra saw it yesterday on Practically Creative. I just figured to give a good laugh. Looks like a window. And this one, I don't know what to do with it.
That would be
So
like,
big
do
of
you
a
make
plant.
bags or anything?
I have
Do you make
not, but I want to try.
that'd be a really cute like lining inside of a bag. Or like a border even on a quilt, or it'd kind of get cut up in a
Buying
binding.
more of
That'd
it
be cool
and then
too.
do something maybe on this quilt. Might be a perfect around the border because there's so many flowers in them.
Yeah, I like that print. I think is that the line that has the cats too.
Yes.
I love the cats. Um, Yvette Renee. I think I've been saying her name wrong. It's not Yvette, it's Yvette, and I just say it wrong. But
I
her
do
short
too. Don't worry.
had all of that Tula in there for a while. I don't know if it's still there. Tula Sunrise quilt? I don't think so. I have a quilt that I need to quilt, but I've been procrastinating, not sure how I want to quilt it. That's always the hardest part. I feel like you get to the point where you're done piecing the top and you're like, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're like, oh wait, I have to quilt it and baste it and all that stuff.
Did you see my very first quilt?
No.
It was to my grandmother.
Oh, is it the one that had did you show it on your video yesterday? Oh yeah, I really like that. I thought it
This
was really
was
cool.
a
The basic
challenge.
curves.
I
Yeah.
challenged myself to it.
For your first quilt, I can't even do that.
So the fun part is I did these little blocks.
Oh, those are so cute. Is
With my
that
cousin.
paint or is that
It's
embroidery?
fabric markers.
Oh, that looks really good. I could not be trusted with fabric markers. It would be a mess. That looks really good.
So for the game part,
Oh. I
but I'm
saw
going
my
to take it
friend
apart
sent me
and
something
actually update her
today.
fabric a bit.
That'd be cool. My friend, you just mentioned that it's falling apart. She sent me like
I don't know if you
video of this powder that you can pour on it, and then you put like fabric on it, and then you iron it down, and it fuses it together. So if there's like a
like
hole in
heat
your
bond.
quilt, something like it's not heat and bond, but it's like a powder. I'll have to send you the video. It blew my mind. I was like, what sorcery is that? Because I have some quilt restorations to do as well.
This is all my first quilting on a domestic machine.
Wow. Yeah, I'm impressed. The curves in that, And it's funny because when I cut my finger, I was doing curves. I was working on a curved project, my first one. Maybe it's cursed for me. Curves are not meant for me.
Hi, Patty.
The Yvette Renee, she is like my favorite. I love her.
I love that store up there, by the way.
The store?
Yeah, the KC Maker Studio.
Yeah, did you love it?
Yeah, that's where I got my patterns.
Did
I wanted to
you
hold
talk
off
to
on
the
fabric.
owner?
I told my husband we might have to come up more than once every 6 months.
Was Patty in there? Did you get to talk to her?
Yes, I told her that you're the one told me to go see her.
She's literally the sweetest. I love talking to her.
I want to buy that Tula Pink machine totally to go with my Tula Pink. So this is the pattern, one of them.
Oh, that's cool. Are they sailboats?
Yes.
Those
My
are
husband.
so.
So as a family, my mom, my husband, we all own a sailboat.
That's really cool.
And then,
Who are you gonna make? Are you gonna make it for yourself? Yeah, that's beautiful. That's really pretty.
I want to do
Is that
this
a block of the month as well? Or a sampler quilt? Is that a sampler quilt?
I don't know, but this is her actual second edition pattern.
Wow. That's so exciting.
Well, I'm going to have fun with this one. Uh-oh. I hope everything's okay, Teresa.
Oh, no.
Free fuse powder by Quilter Select. Okay, thank you for the info, Wendy. Patty, it was a challenge for a first-time person to do them. I never knew how to quilt. So how I got into quilting is that I was stuck at home because I had a back injury and I couldn't go anywhere. So that's how I ended up being a stay-at-home mom. Here you go, Beth.
It's a lot of fun to be a stay-at-home mom, but it's also a lot of work.
Yeah. Well, with the amount of work I did was a CNA CMA.
Wow. Yeah, that's backbreaking work. I know CNAs do a lot.
It wasn't lifting people. It was that I got hit by a doorknob and it moved my disc.
Ow.
And then we ended up getting puppies. The only reason you don't hear them tonight is because I put them in early. And so,
what kind of puppies do you have?
I have 3 German Shepherds.
Oh my goodness. Those are beautiful dogs. Beautiful.
So I have 2 girls and 1 boy.
Oh. Are they like traditional coloring? Or are they, because I know there's like different colors of German Shepherds. Are they like the standard?
They're the standard ones.
Oh, beautiful.
They're dark brown with black fur. Which is my oldest. She's going to be 6 this year. And she has a diamond on her forehead. And
those are really loyal
I can't get the 2 girls mixed.
That's awesome.
So here's the next one I'm going to do.
Ooh, I like that.
It's the curves.
No.
Yes.
No. You're crazy with the curves. I have zero.
I haven't done it yet. That's the problem. I haven't done it since I know Lisa and Sandra know that I have a hard time saying it. Cathedral windows. But I want to try so that I can. And the cool part with these patterns, I have small binders.
Oh, yeah. I do too. I like to keep everything tucked away. I am wearing Eeyore pajamas, everybody. This is nighttime sewing. I
Don't worry,
literally told Courtney, I'm getting my pajamas on. I'm down here. Got cats and pajamas.
I've been quilting since, I would say 2016, to be honest, after thinking about it on Practical Creative. But I hadn't long arm quilted until 2018. Hey, Melissa! There you are. Thank you, Lisa.
I'm a COVID quilter. My husband heard me talk about wanting to repair my quilts that my grandmother made me. I have one quilt that I slept with like every single night, and her other one, she's made me two. The second one I use still. The first one I finally like folded up and put away. But he went and got me a sewing machine for Christmas, like right before COVID hit. So technically I'm not a COVID. I'm like a pre-COVID quilter, but I did all my learning during COVID because then it hit and I was home and I was like, well, this is great. I've got a sewing machine and I can learn how to quilt now. So it's been like 3 years. I can't believe it's that long, but that's how long I've been doing it. But I love quilts. I think I like to keep a tally of all the ones I've done, and I tallied it up, and I've done over 100 quilts. And the time that from like when I started to now, I've made over 100 quilts, and I'm like blown away by that because that just doesn't seem right.
Yeah.
Most of them are.
Melissa, you have it right for Beth. I wasn't sure.
Yes. Yeah. I feel like my name's kind of hard. It's my name that I got when I married my husband, and it's such a hard name. No one, like, everyone calls it like Good or like Goody. It's just Goody. It's deceivingly spelled. It's a lot better than my maiden name though. That was rough.
My maiden name is better than my married name.
Really?
Yeah, you've seen it. Not a whole lot of people can get it. And I have to tell them if you say it with stir in the pot, Mercedes Benz. It's
That's
hard
awesome.
for the kids.
Really?
Yes. So I volunteer at my daughter's school. She goes to Catholic school. For the tuition of their school is that we volunteer. Parents come in and help. So
everyone's always struggling
yeah,
to get your name.
it's very struggling for young kids in kindergarten and first grade. But once I tell them, and I've been stubborn sometimes, and it just takes it for the kids. Good night,
sorry.
Lisa.
My mother-in-law is texting me, and her mother is moving to Kansas City from St. Louis, and she'll be here May 1st, and she's asking if I could make her like a phone carrier, something that she can like always have her phone, like kind of like a lanyard.
Yeah.
So if anyone has any patterns, if they've made those, because she's on oxygen now, so it'd just make it easier. She wouldn't have as much to carry around with her. She's like, I can order one. I'm like, no, I can make her one. We can make her a pretty Tula one or something fun.
Shirley, we should be on both sides. I don't know. Beth knows more of this.
The purple, like, I don't know if you can see on your end in the chat. Your subscribers, their comments are in purple for me at least, and then the gray is in mine. So I don't know, maybe mine is coming in as purple.
How about if you guys are on mine, go ahead and go over to Beth's side, so then you guys can see us all.
It should be on both. It should be on yours and mine, since
they're not seeing chat comments from Melissa or Sean or Teresa.
Oh, weird. Oh, I guess that makes sense because they're on different. That makes sense. I didn't understand.
But I know Melissa's here, but I think Sean disappeared on us. Eventually, we need to get all three of us together.
That'd be really fun. We were talking about doing a live of just sewing.
Yeah.
UFO working is just nice.
Sandra says we can only see one side. If you can't see on, I don't know whose side you're on. If you're on mine and you can't see any comments, just move over to Beth's. Because then when we're done, it should replay itself.
Yeah, and it should post to both of our accounts. It does look like you're on mine. Patty said, "Oh my goodness, you two are young quilters. Amazing modern stuff for quilters compared to the previous generation. I really like to see more young people using a sewing machine."
Thank you. I have a client's quilt on the frame where I would move over there so you guys can see.
How many quilts do you long arm? Like, what's your average?
Before COVID, Shady Susan, are you on my side? If you're on my side, go to Good Goods on YouTube. I don't know how to put comments. Do you?
To what?
To make a comment for them.
Oh yeah, I can.
Because Shady Susan needs to know your YouTube name.
Okay, I put that. It does. Okay, maybe it's just my thing. I can put a link. Let me put a link so it's easier for you real quick. So you can just hop on over there. Boo-doo, your channel.
So the funny thing is, my grandma and my great-grandma made quilted wallets. That was it for their days.
There we go. Sorry, what were you saying?
My grandma and my great-grandmother did, they quilt them together, or the fabric came that way, and they made checkbook wallets.
Oh, that's cool.
So
I'm not good at that kind of stuff.
Neither am I. So here's my very first pattern that I did with white seams.
Oh my goodness. You are ambitious. Very ambitious. I am not that way. For the longest time, I didn't follow any pattern. I literally, all of my quilts for the longest time were just simple log cabins or patchwork, or I would just make something up in my head. I just thought that I would never be able to follow directions. I was so intimidated by having a pattern to follow. I was like, I'll never be able to do it. And then I was asked to make a cross quilt that I've actually made 3 times now, and that's the first pattern that I purchased and completed, and that gave me the confidence. I was like, wait, I can follow directions. My mother would be so proud of me.
Hey, Stephanie. Beth put a link in so that you can go on her side to read the chat.
I'm going to okay, I pinned it, so it should be up on there.
Okay.
Yeah, my grandmother is a, quilting master. I have no idea. She's good at crochet. She's good at knitting. She does very intricate needlework. Like, I don't know if it's cross stitch, but she makes these really beautiful portraits, and it looks like a painting. I don't even know how she does the stuff, but I'm just happy that I was able to start quilting.
Are you thinking like hand embroider that looks like a painting?
It looks, I think it's cross stitch, but it's very intricate because she does like Asian inspired, like geishas, and very like, that kind of stuff. I hope I saved a picture. I mean, she does embroidery too. It might be that, but I think it's cross stitch.
Okay. Well, the funny thing is I cross stitch too.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Cross stitch, hand embroidery, machine embroidered, long arm quilting, origami papers. I can make a swan.
Origami?
Yeah.
Well, you
And
are.
I take the stars, the origami stars, and put them on earrings with beads above it.
Oh, that's really cool. Man, you're all over the place. That's awesome.
Yeah. My grandma, 77. That's how so the funny thing is I can remember my grandmother and my mom's age. They're about 12 years, 12? I don't know. So my grandma's going to be 76, my mom's going to be 56. So I'm thinking, I can't calculate today. But so
I'm terrible with that kind of stuff. I never even know how old I am most days. I've just gotten to the point where I'm like, wait, let me do the math back.
yeah. So here's where I think I want to go with these two. I'm trying to match them up so I can just cut strips.
Oh, that's really pretty. That's so fun. Are you pairing them all up? Did you pair the hot pink with that other one?
Mm,
That like first one that you were showing? Or maybe it was
this
the
one?
second. Yes. That hot pink would even look really cute with the one that you just showed too.
With this one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because isn't there pink on that cat? Oh, that would look really cool. I don't know. It's hard because all the colors look so good together. How can you even? This is my problem.
Well,
I
I
spent
think
forever doing
these
this.
two would look nice together
Oh
with all
yeah.
that yellow in there.
Yeah. I think it plays off, brings some different color into both of them. I love that.
Shirley, I believe Beth.
It should be pinned. Let me post it again. I just have it on my
I don't know
copy.
if they can
Oh,
see
yes.
it.
It should go. It's Goody Goods on YouTube. Let's see. I put it in the comments, so let me know if you see it or not. I'm not. It's Goody Goods. Maybe if we
Hold on.
put this
There
in
you go.
here.
I'm on my side.
There we go. I put the chat overlay on our screen, so maybe we can see if it's different. My husband did all of the technology research, so I have no idea. I just logged in. Nothing Beth posts and comments are showing. Oh no.
I just commented on my side.
Yeah, technology is so I tried pushing it out to Instagram as well, but then my laptop just started dragging. So I had to restart it right before we got on. Because I feel like the program that I was using to put it on my Instagram was making my computer slow down.
Okay, there we go. Maybe they can see it now. I just figured to get on my actual side of YouTube and do it that way.
Thank you for doing that.
You're welcome. I'm using Streamlab when I do lives.
Austin mentioned there was something OBS, like that's like the basic one or whatever, that's free.
Yeah.
And then Restream, and then the one that you just mentioned, and then Sean mentioned another one that was something else, but I don't know. He thought that maybe this would be
thumbs up.
something like that, or like Melon app or something.
You're welcome, Stephanie.
I'm being extra careful with my cutting. I think the problem was I had moved my cutting mat up here, and so I was cutting like parallel to my body, and like I usually when I cut, I make sure that I'm like over my cutter, and so I think I kind of just like lost track when that happened. So I have my cutting mat down on a TV tray, and I'm like above it again, and it feels a lot better. I will never cut on my sewing table again.
Yes, she was Nancy. And I kind of like this software.
Yeah, I
Yes.
think I like how clean it is. Like it's user friendly. It doesn't look on our end. I feel like it's easy to see everything.
Yeah,
There's a
because I
free,
tried the Streamlab. It's just driving me nuts.
there's a free version of this one. Austin got me like a month of the like most basic one because I was trying to put Sean and I's live on my Instagram too, so that if people weren't following him from my Instagram, they could see him and get to know him. But I don't even think that it went on my Instagram because then I asked people on there if they had seen the live on my feed and they said no. So all of that work and it didn't
Yeah,
even work out. So I don't know. I'm probably doing it wrong. It's definitely probably a user error. But the YouTube portion of this app works great. I mean, it's not this app that pushes it to Instagram. It's like a third party, so that's probably what it was.
probably. Nancy, are you talking about me or Beth? Patty, she's working on a paper piecing. I'm trying to match up fabric so I can
I
do
am
this
working on
pineapple.
my rainbow quilt.
I took that purple and put it into the square so that
Oh
I
my
could use it
goodness.
up.
I still can't get over it. That's beautiful. I think a pineapple block is just so interesting to look at.
Okay, Nancy, thank you.
Yeah, I have to stand up. I usually stand up, but for paper piecing, especially when like each section you trim to the 1/4 inch for your seam allowance. I know Cranky Kangaroo, she just trims with her fabric scissors and just eyeballs it, but I like to really make sure that I get that 1/4 inch. I don't know, probably an unneeded step, but I find that getting up and turning around and like standing up is so hard. So the other night, last Monday, I was cutting on here, and this is just too high. Like this is my cutting table, and it's a lot lower. So usually I'll turn around and cut on there, but like I don't know. So I was trying to like just have everything on this table, so I didn't have to keep turning around because I was on a video call. And I think that's where I ran into some problems because I wasn't used to cutting it this high. But I have a TV tray and it's even lower than my cutting table, so I can still get above it and get good control. So hopefully, no more problems.
Oh, Nancy said it was hard to hear you and see you on Sean.
Oh no, that's terrible. I wonder if it was my network because I had that third party software going and I was trying to push it out to Instagram. So I think that was probably causing a problem. Because on my end, for like the whole live with Sean in the studio right now, I was frozen. So I thought, I was like, wow, have I been frozen like this whole video? And people are like just hearing me talk.
That's not good. So this
But,
is half of it.
oh, it's pretty.
And it's all paper. So
That's a lot
that's
of
why I
paper
figured
piecing.
you know people that might need testers, and you might be one of mine when I figure
I
out
would
a
love to.
So they have the dinosaur pattern, but with different dinosaurs. And my nephew is almost 5. I don't want that. I want a fun. I figured a
Yeah.
perfect size like this elephant, which is his sister's. So
That's gonna be really fun. I would love to test for you. I've got nothing planned for after. I have a t-shirt quilt that I have to do for a graduation present. So
yeah,
once I'm done with this color wheel quilt, and then I have like a mini project in between. It's actually the second pattern from Snuggle Puzzle. So the next one she sent me, it's going to be like the mom holding her toddler. So it's going to be like a bigger kid. And I'm like, yes, of course I'll test it for you. So
Yeah.
I have this color wheel quilt to finish up, and then that, and then a t-shirt quilt. But I'm going to have that done super quick because I've kind of gotten a system for t-shirt quilts, so it shouldn't take me a ton of time. Hopefully. I have a bag of the t-shirts that were brought in from St. Louis. And it's a complete surprise. She has no idea. Her mom like went through her room and grabbed all of her soccer shirts. So it's going to be a surprise, I think.
Yeah. I'm going to try to do a video on t-shirt quilt eventually. Sure, Patty, I can show you again.
They're huge.
It's the elephant from Violet Craft. So if I can find the other part without knocking a big pile over here. So here you go. This is how big it is. I just been stacking over here. Because all the remodel, I just don't have a lot of places to put it. So it's like, where to put things. Ooh.
There we go. Piece number 1, piece number 2. E. Doo-doo.
Oh.
You should try paper piecing. It's a lot of fun. I think anyone that hasn't tried it should definitely try it. It's a little weird when you start and it feels completely backwards, but once you get the hang of it, it's just like a fabric puzzle. Like that, I think it's so fun.
Nancy, I don't think she's gonna put it up on video because of it being a surprise.
I don't know. I think I will post it to my Instagram. I won't post it to my like personal Facebook. But the person that I'm making it for, it's my husband's cousin, and she doesn't follow me, so, and I don't think they know that I have a YouTube. I'm pretty shy. I mean, I'm not shy. I'm like pretty social, but when it comes to YouTube and like telling my family about it, I took a while because I feel like it's such a huge thing. Like it's even for me stepping out of my comfort zone just a little bit. I'm glad I did it, but I'm still like, if someone that I know watches, I'm like, what'd you think? You know?
Yeah.
So I think I could still keep it a surprise if I shared it, but I don't know.
But here's my
I don't want to
line.
ruin it either. Oh, I love
Whoa.
that.
My daughter
That's
wants
super
the wolf. So
I have done one Violet Craft. I did the Violet Craft Cardinal Abstractions for my in-laws for Christmas. I made them a table runner with 2 cardinals at the end, and it ended up being really, really cute. I used Christmas morning fabric. I really like her patterns. I like the one, it's like a desert. Have you seen that one where there's like some mountains and there's like,
I think
like
I have, but I'm not
I think
sure.
that's super cute.
Here you go, Beth.
Oh wow.
You should recognize it. It's Tula Pinks.
Oh my gosh. I don't think
I
I've
got
seen
a jump drive full of her embroidery files since I got this machine.
Wow. I don't think I've ever seen that before. I didn't know that she was into embroidery. Are those her scissors?
Yeah.
Her hardware, I've heard, is like top notch and pretty sturdy.
So everybody has helped me find a day of the week that I could do lives. So I'm going to be finishing this one on Thursday. Hi, Teresa. If you're on my side, you might want to go over to Beth's side. I noticed the comments don't pick up on.
Yeah, like we can see
them all there.
both sides. We can see all of your comments, but you guys can't see each other's comments because you're on different pages.
So I got this one in the So Sampler box. Not the last one, but the one before for January.
That's cute. I think I canceled mine before, like right before that box. I got my December one, and honestly, I was like, I don't even remember what was in the December one.
The quilt that I did, which I showed you my hand binding on Facebook. And then I don't know what else. No, this one came with that pattern.
Yeah, I didn't get that one, but I have a thread cutter. I don't remember. It was a
I can't remember.
maybe it was the one where it was a finger seam ripper. And
oh yeah, that one.
I don't know. I just got that box, and I was like,
I tried to order Yvette's, but she's out.
Yeah, I liked her box a lot. I had a So Sampler for a while, and I've had a lot of boxes that I really liked. And then I saw that you got it, if you're still in So Sampler. You got the Acorn Precision piecing that Yvette talks about. And I was so bummed. I was like, what? I would have loved that. And I backed out. Yeah. Do you love that?
This is the pen that didn't come with the box, but I love it. It helps, especially with paper piecing. It makes it lay flat.
Yeah, I was really upset.
Amazon had it.
Because I'm like, seriously? I feel like there were so many boxes where we got thread cutters for a while. And just like, so I canceled it because you know what? I'm like, if I'm going to spend money, you know, if I like the Acorn, if I want to try it out, I might as well just buy it. I mean, it's cheaper if it's in the box, I guess, because the price of the box works out that way. But I was getting so upset with some of the stuff that they were sending. I was like, why are you sending me? Because I got the Boo box. And in one of the boxes prior, I think it was November, they sent a thread cutter, a ring thread cutter. And then in the Boo box, they sent a glow-in-the-dark ring thread cutter. I'm like, I don't need all of these thread cutters. I was so excited. And now I have all these, like, finger things that I'm not going to use. Yeah. So I canceled it. And then I saw the Acorn Precision piecing. And I'm like, darn it. That's something I would have loved.
So they have that on Amazon. So you get the little bottle, which is to put down when you put your fabric together and press it. Then the pen, you get that with it, and a big bottle for the refill for the pen.
Oh, wow.
All for like $25.
That's not bad.
No. And you get free
shipping. That you can like water it down to make it last longer, like dilute it just a little bit.
Yeah.
So that it's not so expensive.
I use it when I do the paper piecing because it helps. Especially with that paper in the way.
Yeah. I know. I mean,
I know.
Who needs that in their life?
The one you said, I think that one came in October because I didn't get that one.
I think my favorite one that stood out from when I had the subscription was, I don't remember what month. I think it was November, maybe. They sent I'll show you because I actually got extra. I have it right here. So I made these blocks using the fabric from that block, and it was a patriotic that quarter bundle, and I loved it. Like, it was so good. I ended up swapping out some fabric, the Whimsical Romance, that came like the next month. I was on the swap page, and I swapped that for more of this fabric because I had used it all up for these blocks. But with that came a really cute pattern and the Creative Grids bowl cozy template. which I loved because I've been wanting to make a bowl cozy for so long, like ever since I started quilting. I'm like, I need to make a bowl cozy, but I don't feel like, figuring it out on my own. So they sent the template in the box. I'm like, this is amazing. So maybe that like set my bar a little high, and then like the next boxes were little thread cutters. I'm like, no. How do you go from a Creative Grids template to a glow in the dark thread cutter?
Yeah.
And then go back to acorns.
Teresa says she saves all the things that I don't need from the box for giveaways.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Yeah. I do have some that I saved. Like this box that we got this time, Teresa and I did, and anybody else did. I don't like the pattern.
Really?
Let me go get the box real quick.
I feel like it's a total hit or miss. You know what I'm saying? That's my thought exactly, though. Why does anyone need a glow-in-the-dark one?
So they sent this pattern.
Oh, I saw that. Are those swallows?
Yeah.
The swallows one?
And I wasn't for sure if I really wanted to do that.
Did you get the one that came with like the, because I still watch all the opening, I just like to know if I'm missing out on anything. But did you get the box that had the lipstick needle case, or was that
Yeah,
else?
I did.
Do you like that?
I love it because when I do that hand binding, I have needles with me at all times. Instead of having to use the stinking plastic thing that they come with.
Because I saw that and I was like, that at first when she was opening it, I was like, and then I read on the swap page that like a lot of people actually really appreciated that because it's convenient when you're doing hand sewing. I don't do a lot of hand sewing. I want to get into doing some hand quilting or like just some embellishments on quilts that are machine quilted. I got some like Allison Glass thread from Yvette because it was on super sale, and I was like, I might as well try it. I just haven't gotten there yet.
Stuff from her.
Huh?
I need to order stuff from her.
You're gonna I love ordering from her.
I wish I could have got the box thing. But
the spring box?
Yes.
Have you
seen it was sold out.
Halloween box?
No, the box that you get from her that she sends, like the sew sampler box.
Oh. Her mystery box?
Yes.
Yeah, when she was destashing her craft space.
So I got these in this box that I just recently.
Yeah, I saw that too. I watched
and then I got
all the videos
beeswax for hand stitching. I just gotta find a place to put it in because I don't like to have it in a bag. No, I just thought if I save, and I like Teresa's idea, and I think I may just save it and do a giveaway for it. But I do love fabrics. That's the deal. I love these plaids. These remind me of my grandpa who used to wear plaids all the time.
Oh, I saw that, and I like those colors. They're very cheerful.
They're Elizabeth Hartman.
I have not ventured into her fabrics a lot. Does she make patterns as well? Like paper piecing patterns? I think I've heard that.
I don't know for sure. And then I got 2 new things to clean the machines.
I'd say that's pretty good. I kind of want to get some like random paint brushes for mine.
They're silicone. So.
Oh, that's nice.
One has a ball on top, and you can tell I've already used it.
Hey, good for you.
I've used them. I want to get more of them so that I can have one for the long arm, one for one at the embroidery machine, and one for the other one.
You could probably find those really cheap, like in bulk on Amazon.
I'm looking there.
I recorded my video for my YouTube today, I don't think I'm going to get around to editing it tonight because I'm really trying to get work on this done. So maybe I'll put it up tomorrow. But
I figured that I help you with. We both help each other with working on our stuff and talk to
yeah.
other people.
Well, I was like, so I'm like recording my video and I'm like, okay, well now I'm going to sew and I'm just going to speed it up. So you're going to watch me sew because I worked on one of the blocks and I go to like start sewing and my machine like takes down my piece into the feed dogs and I'm like, no. And
This
so I
one
like
did it.
stopped the video. And it's like always when I'm like on the video, I'm like, okay, so I took off my plate and I cleaned and thought that that would fix it. No. So then I started sewing again. I'm like, all right, take two. Let's start sewing. And then it pulled it back down. And it ended up being I just had to rethread my top. So there will be no sewing with me on on my video once I get it up because my sewing machine was like, nope, I don't feel like working for you today.
Stephanie, they're from bucklebeesbags.com and they're machine cleaning brushes. So I might have to look there first and see.
The box with the lipstick needle holder was the worst box I've ever gotten. I couldn't open the lipstick case. LOL. Just my opinion.
I wish I had it out here. I know how to open it. It is hard to open though. So the gold line at the, not where the little frilly thing on the bottom, but the gold line at the top, if you take like your nails and pull, that's how it comes open. And then you can twist. If that helps, Teresa. But I do love it when I'm hand sewing. Okay, I can't even read the comments right now. Because your little symbol,
oh no. Okay, let me see if I
symbol.
can find a way to take that off. Let's see. There we go.
All right, thank you.
Better.
It's okay. I'm in the process of having my logo made.
I sketched this out. It's actually a logo for my quilting. So I do a lot of custom quilts, like just in my town. And like for friends and family that know me. So I made the logo because my first plan was, well, when I first started quilting and I saw like the interest of people wanting quilts, I was like, I'll just make quilts and then sell it on Etsy, and that's what I'm gonna do. But it totally morphed into like just doing customs because I would finish a quilt and then someone would be like, hey, can you make one for my granddaughter? So there was never time to make just like a random quilt and sell it. And then it just turned into, I only did the Instagram to just scrapbook basically and like kind of have a catalog so that if people wanted quilts they could look through what I've already made. But I've gotten a lot more into the social media part of it and it's kind of fun because I've made a lot of really cool friends.
Halo is asking us where we are from. We're from Kansas, but we're 3 hours apart.
Yeah.
We're just chit-chatting, Melissa and cutting, and she's sewing more than I am. I'm just making a few strips and then start my block.
I have almost 3 done. I have 3 to go, and that'll be one section. These sections take quite a bit of time. I'm sure I could chain piece and be a little bit more efficient, but chain piecing with paper piecing is not my friend. My brain just can't do it. I can do it for traditional piecing, but I get so flustered when I'm paper piecing because I feel like there's so many like in between steps and I get overwhelmed. And I was trying to chain piece my paper piecing before I cut myself that night. So it's a sign that it's not for me. I do not have that ability.
Sorry, I'm laughing at Melissa's comment because she said, I'm shocked. Usually you're the one in the zone. I was in the zone when we were doing our Zoom call. So while everybody was chatting. I'm in 45 minutes from Wichita, Kansas.
And I'm in Shawnee, Kansas, so about 15 minutes from Overland Park. And like Lenexa, that whole hubbub. Where
So I
did you
told
go
my
to school? In Overland Park.
I told my husband we'll probably we'll probably have to come back up there.
For Casey Makers?
Yes. And he knows that every time I have my appointment, he's gonna have to go in there with me. Thank you, Teresa.
All right. We got 3
She's
of the
letting
bigger
everybody on my side to know that we're over here on yours.
Hello, everyone, over here with Beth. Yep, I know Casey well. Kansas City is so much fun. I mean, I've lived here my whole life, pretty much. I used to live in Hawaii when I was little, and then we moved here so that my parents could retire. My dad was in the Navy for 22 years. He was a helicopter pilot, and him and my mother both grew up in Kansas near, like, Lawrence and Baldwin. That's where they were. My dad went to high school in Shawnee. I think it was, like, Shawnee Mission North or one of the schools. So they started here, and then he moved around a lot because of the Navy. And then they were like, okay, let's go back to Kansas City so the girls can kind of have their roots here. So I've been here for quite some time. I don't know if I'll ever move. Hopefully in the future I'll end up in like Seattle or Oregon or somewhere with like water and mountains and rain. I love rain. I need more rain in my life. It's so calming and relaxing.
I've been in 45 minutes from Wichita, and Beth knows where I'm at, is Hutchinson, Kansas, and I've lived here my entire life. So for my husband, a different story. Because his dad was a Navy as well.
Oh, wow. That's so cool. What a small world.
Yeah. They traveled, and each kid is born in a different state.
Oh, wow. That's
My
crazy.
husband was born in Teresa State, where Teresa lives, in Idaho. Which is small world to find out that she lives there. So
Yeah, I was born in Florida. And my sister was born in... Who even knows? I have no idea where she was born. I'm so terrible at that information. I mean, I need things written down. Birthdays, everything.
And the other thing is my husband's 12 years older than me.
Oh, wow. How'd you guys meet?
So we both worked in the CNA field. Do you know Whitewater, Kansas?
Yeah.
It's a
Directionally,
little
no,
bitty
but the
town.
name, yes.
So we worked at the nursing home there.
Oh, wow.
And one of our friends introduced us together. He
That's
was looking
awesome.
for someone. I was looking for someone. The date hit off like crazy. We had a almost 12-hour date.
Oh, that's
We did
awesome.
Botanica Garden out of Wichita. We did bowling. We went to Abuelo's, and he had his car was a Pontiac convertible.
Wow.
We got married and we drove that car.
That's so cool.
So we didn't even date a year. So we made 6 months, and my husband proposed to me because I got a new job. He went ahead and proposed with my mom's old ring, and 6 weeks later we got married.
That's so sweet.
And now we've been together for 7 years.
7 years. Wow. That's amazing.
What program are you using to stream with?
Restream.
I'll let Beth answer that. It's Teresa.
Restream. My husband did all of the legwork. I used this yesterday when I went live with the guy who sews, and we found this to be like the best one for us, I guess, to try and figure it all out. Because I can it's going live on both of our channels, and I think that's really cool that both of us can be on our pages. But Austin did all of that. I am not a technology person. Outside of what he's done, I'm like, I don't know.
And Melissa's asking where in Florida for you.
Jacksonville, Florida.
I love the Key West.
It's so pretty. I think that's why I like the rain so much, because like Florida and Hawaii, all of those tropical storms, and then you move out to Kansas and you get like 10 seasons in a week, but you don't get tropical storms, you know?
Well, I've been to. Do you both get watch time credit?
I'm not sure.
Anything about that.
I do not know. I feel like we should, because you're technically watching us both. I don't know if, like, since I'm hosting, it could just be like whoever's page you're on. Because even though I'm hosting, she's live on her page as well. So your subscribers see you and hop on your page. So I'm not sure. I don't know a lot about the YouTube. I feel like technology is to the point where it's moving past my capabilities, and I'm just trying to figure things out as I go.
Thank you, Halo. It won't be until July. The funny thing is, we're going on a cruise on my birthday.
Oh, that's so fun. Where are you guys going?
I believe Cozumel, Honduras, and Belize.
That's awesome. My parents go to, I think they go on that same cruise. Like, they love going out there. Yeah. So maybe you guys, is this your first time going on that cruise?
No, we had our honeymoon 6 weeks earlier than our wedding.
That's so awesome.
I went by myself for the first time out of my entire life. I've always traveled with my parents. And then I had my kid. And then we just took off, and I had my kid before I met my husband.
Oh, cool. Yeah, me and my husband, we had our first before we got married. I was going to say, I'm not saying this to freak you out, because obviously if you've been on a cruise, it's not going to faze you. But I have never been on a cruise. And the reason why is because, one, who has time to go get a passport? That's number one. I think that's like such a hard process. And then two, Dateline. I have watched so much Dateline in like 2020 and all the things. And whenever you go on a cruise with someone's throwing you over the ship, and I am not going to be that person.
No, it's a Carnival is a family friend cruise ship.
Oh, okay.
That's why we like it so much. Because they have where you can drop your kids off to go play with other kids and have fun.
Oh, that sounds fun.
While the adults get to play, either in the casino or go and have date night.
I'm just so scared. I would do a whale watching cruise. I feel like that would be really fun. Like, go out to, like, watch whales all day. I would love that.
I've seen dolphins while we were on the cruise.
That'd be so fun. But yeah, I feel like Dateline has scarred me. I am, like, so suspicious of, like, everything. I'm like, oh, I could never do that. And I blame it on my mom, because we watched crime shows, like, religiously growing up. So.
Also, when we first started doing the cruise, I didn't have to have a passport. Typically, you don't have to.
Really? I thought that since you were going...
You have to have your birth certificate.
Oh.
That's it.
I didn't know that. I thought, because even my husband's family, they're like, they want to eventually go on, like, a Disney cruise with us and the kids. And they're really trying. They're like, Beth, you're not going to die. No one's going to throw you over into the water. It's completely fine. I'm like, I've watched so much Dateline. You never know. You never know when, some crazy person wants to take you over. I've also watched Titanic, so, we all know how that went. That did not go well. I'm not trying to scare you from your trip. I am just, like, scared for myself. I see myself maybe in the future But I need to stop watching crime shows. That's just
Yes.
the end of it.
But it is not a bad idea to have one, Melissa. I have one. My husband has one. And to be honest, we couldn't do passport for our daughter yet, for my daughter yet at the time, because we had to wait for him to adopt her. And when we did it, the first thing out of my daughter's mouth was, "I adopted daddy."
Aww.
So
That's so sweet. You'll have to let me know how your trip goes. I've heard Belize is like just gorgeous.
it is. Are you sure about Belize? I think you're talking about Cosmo.
Well, both of them. My dad at least.
Oh,
He's
Belize
like, I
is.
would move to Belize in no time.
Well, it depends on what part of Belize you go into.
Really?
Yeah. Also, Honduras. On our first cruise, and we took a trip on a boat through the jungle. You didn't know that the boat had a hole in it, and this guy kept just grabbing a towel and squeezing it, and I'm like, "What is he doing?" But he didn't tell me
Who's
until
gonna
we
keep
got
wiping this?
home to figure out that. I'm like, "What? If I knew there was a hole in a boat, I would jump off of it." He's like, "I knew, but I didn't want to tell you."
See, I'm glad I'm not the only one. Teresa agrees with me. She says, I'm with you, Beth. You never know.
Yeah.
You never know. My kind of funny because you were saying that you and your husband got engaged super quick. Me and my husband got engaged super quick too. We like started dating in May and then he proposed in September. And then I don't know. We knew each other, but we never talked in high school. We were both in band together. And it's actually pretty funny because I watched her name was Caroline, and I watched her after school every day after like when I was in college, and he messaged me. We started talking on Tinder. Whoa. But the way that we reconnected was because my name's Elizabeth, but everyone knows me as Beth. Um, and so when he messaged me, even though my name on Tinder was Elizabeth, he was like, "Hey Beth, how are you doing?" And I'm like, oh, he remembers me. And so we just started talking, and I remember him saying like, "Hey, do you want to get together?" And I saw that he was going to KU, and I'm like, I just assumed that he was like in the dorms or lived up in Lawrence, and I was like, "No, I'm working and I can't really drive out there really late, maybe we can set something up for later." And then when we finally got together, I realized that he was still living with his parents while he was going to college. He was just driving back and forth. And the funny thing is his house was here, and the house that I was at every day watching Caroline was right down the street. Like he could see my car.
Gosh.
Like he didn't know that it was my car, but I could see his house from where I was working, and he could see my car. But we didn't know that we were literally like right there. And so I always joke that we were just meant to be in each other's lives. We were always so close. Like we were both in band. I was in the woodwind section and he was in brass. And it's like we were always so close, but we never connected. And I'm kind of glad because I feel like I had a lot of growth, personal growth to do. I feel like if we would have started talking in high school, I mean, I was just like an awful person. So I'm like, I'm so glad that God like put us together when the time was right because he's such a good person. And I would have messed it up when I was younger, 100%. But we got married. We were engaged for 2 years, but we got engaged super quick. But we didn't get married until 2018. So we're going on 4 years and 3 kids. Yeah.
Stephanie says, I got married quick too. First date in December, married in April, and next week it will be 13 years. Congrats,
Wow.
Stephanie.
That's so sweet.
And everybody's, Halo saying congrats to you.
Thank you. It'll be 4 years in September. He wanted to be married on the 21st of September, but we couldn't like get that on the venue or whatever because we really like the song. Do you remember the 21st night of September? And so now we have to edit it too. Do you remember the 15th night of September? So we tried so hard to make that work, but it just didn't.
Oh, you're so sweet, Barb. She says, they are super cute. I'm enjoying myself here tonight.
Oh, I'm glad. I'm
Halo
so happy.
also says, looking forward to get to know you. And that was to Barb. And these girls are super cute and such fun.
Oh, that's so sweet. 3 kids. Yeah, I've got 4-year-old boy. We had him before we got married. But it's okay. And then we had Zoe. She is 2. She'll be 3 August 6th. And then we have Louise. And Louise is 10 months old. She'll be 1 on June 1st. So I think that's a great compliment that I don't look old enough because I feel like they age me just a little bit every
Mine
day.
is 9.
Wow.
She'll be
I
10
can't
in
even
November.
like fathom having a 9-year-old. Oh my goodness.
I had her at 23 years old.
Oh my god. That does not look possible. How?
Oh, and the funny thing is, my mom had me when she was 23 as well.
Wow. That's so funny how it all works out, you know?
Yeah.
9
Hi,
years
Tracy.
old.
If you are trying to watch on my side, you might want to move over to Beth's side to see all the comments.
I wish it would show on both of ours. I don't understand that because if you're live as well, you'd think that it would do both.
Yeah.
But if it has like I do have a question. If you're over on Courtney's page and you're watching the video, can you see all of the comments on the screen right now? I guess they wouldn't know if it were all the comments because they can't see what we see. But
Halo asked,
like,
how long have you been quilting? I'll let you go first.
Go for it.
I've been quilting between 2016 and 17. But not long arm quilting until 2018. And like I said on Melissa's Live, I jumped in with both my feet to quilt other customers. Because partially, it was because that computer helped me out. And Melissa says, now I can't see her comment. Because they're going too fast.
Let's see.
She says I'm a year younger than her son, I think. And they're not letting me move down.
What is her? Does she have a different username?
Melissa? Hers is practically creative. She
there
may
we
not
go.
be on yours.
Okay, there we go. And Courtney is less than a month younger than my youngest son. What?
Mm-hmm.
Barb says my oldest is 36 years. Mine too. To Barb. Tracy said she can see all the comments. Craft a Simple Life also said I can see comments on the screen as well as in actual chat, so that's good. Nancy said my husband and I met on a blind date in January. We had 43 anniversary. We met in May and June. He asked me to marry him, but we had to wait until January, a year later. That is amazing. Congrats on 43. That is so special.
Did you see she says Melissa?
Less than a month. Yeah. Yes, I'm so bad with being able to.
I remember hers very well because I know it instantly. I know the because I've been on Teresa's and I've been on Tiffany's. I believe she's also on So Becca's. And that's how I found her and Kathy. And then I found out about Stephanie yesterday.
I try so hard to keep it all straight. There's so many usernames. I'm terrible. I need to get a lot better.
Teresa, we know you. It's really cool that you guys have both showing the live at the same time. Craft is simple life said that.
Yes, that's the software. So, Restream, if you're interested in checking that out for your page, I think it's pretty cool.
Tracy says she has 3 kids, 30, 27, and almost 17. And Teresa said, made you giggle. Yes, she did. I may have to switch over to this software because I'm still not understanding the other one.
I just don't understand, like, why it has to be so difficult. Like, this is a lot. We looked into a few different ones, and it all seemed so difficult until we came to the conclusion that this one was the one that we were going to go with.
Had to come over to you. Paper to give you thumbs up, Nancy. Hey, at least now I'm going to start sewing.
Yay!
There we go. I couldn't get the where the camera could be onto the bigger camera that I have.
How do you do that? I love that you have
I had to plug into my computer.
Oh, that's really smart. Maybe I'll have to try that.
Yeah.
For live, I like how you can see what you're working on and see your face, because it's so hard to like now, like if I do this and show you guys what I'm doing,
You can't
then
see
it's like, wait, you know?
That's why I used the Streamlab for that, is so that I can have a double screen.
Oh, that
You may
makes
have
sense.
to check this one out too and see if it'll do it for us.
There might be a setting for that. I've never done a dual camera situation, so
yeah. Teresa is asking how much is the Restream. I believe if you sign up, it's free, but if you go with the Pro, you have to pay for it.
Yeah, so there's a few plans. I think there's 3 plans. And there's different capabilities in each plan. My husband signed me up for the like basic one so that I could go live and have like multiple accounts on. I'm not sure if that's what was in the package or whatever. He would know it a lot better. He did so much. I get too overwhelmed with trying to figure these kinds of things out. It took me long enough to figure out how to edit my videos for YouTube. Doing like live is just a whole other beast in itself. Because I know there's so many different ones. You need another camera, lol. How much is Restream? I'm not sure how much because he signed up for it for me. But like I said, there's 3 different packages, so it's affordable if you get like the lower one, but it has different things. Like I think one, like you can have your logo on. I took my logo off so we could see the chat. And like I don't think you can stream in 4K because that was another thing. I wanted to connect my camera so that I could do 4K, but YouTube Live I think only records in 1080. It'll reduce it down. So at that point, it was like worthless to try and get something 4K because YouTube doesn't do that. For your editing, try DaVinci 17 Resolve by Blackmagic. That sounds very special. I need to hear more about that. Is that what is that? Is that
we both need to
something
know
you pay
about
for?
that because I'm just using my regular software.
Yeah, I use iMovie because it's on my Mac. And I feel a lot more confident in using it now. Like my first video was not that special. Like I tried to make them fun, but it takes me forever to edit. Like because it'll take like 2 hours. So I have a whole video to edit and post. I usually post on Sunday. But there's no time in the day. We took the kids out today to go play on the trampoline and get like their wiggles out. And I'm trying to like be better at like balancing sewing with everything else that I have going on because I feel like it's so easy for me to get so consumed into my sewing that I just like disregard everything else, and I like try to like take a step back lately and think like my kids are growing up, and I feel like if there's an opportunity to go take them outside for even like 30 minutes, like just go do it. Like you don't always have to be working. Like enjoy the time while we have it, because I know like already my 4-year-old, it's like it happened in a blink of the eye, and I feel like I don't want to miss out on anything, you know?
Crystal, you're not late. You're fine. Craft a Simple Life says, I need some lessons on the black magic though. It's pretty darn powerful. And Halo said it is what I use, and it does have so much on the free version. So, and Crystal is here as well. And I think she was the one that asked me on my last live that I didn't get a chance to tell her. If you guys want to call me either Courtney or CJ, I go by either. So the CJ came from my first and middle name, Beth.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I have 4 names. So it's my name, Courtney, then Jane,
Mm-hmm.
Elizabeth, and before I was married, Jarrett.
Oh, I like that.
So my mom picked out the 2 middle names, but here's the story. The junior year of my uncle's high school, he picked out my first name.
Oh.
So, Teresa, I hope there's no trolls on my side. And I know you have the control on that. I'm just looking on my restream. Crystal asked, what got you guys into sewing? I'll let you go first.
My grandmother technically was who inspired me. Oh no, this is not long enough.
Uh-oh.
Actually, it is. It'll work. Okay. Sorry. My grandmother made quilts for me growing up, and I just remember like every time I would get a quilt from her, which was 2 times. It wasn't like she was making them all the time, but that kind of made me like appreciate them even more. I'm like, these are amazing. I honestly now think that's pretty rare, because I feel like unless you know the background of what goes into making a quilt, I feel like it's very easy to overlook them and not really appreciate them. But even like when I was younger, I was like, this is amazing. I love it. Thank you so much. And I used them every single night, like for years. And they just started wearing them down and getting holes from the dogs and stuff like that. And my husband, for Christmas 2019, actually, because it was right before everything changed. And him and his mom, he took his mom because she quilts, to Walmart and asked like what they recommended for a sewing machine, and he surprised me. He like brought it into our apartment and kept it a surprise, and I had no idea that he would do that. He just heard me say for so long like, it'd be so cool to learn how to quilt so I could fix my quilts and like actually be able to use them longer. So that's how I got into sewing. He got me a sewing machine, and I've never stopped. Like I started, and it's just snowballed into this uncontrollable obsession at this point. I love it so much. But yeah, what about you, Courtney?
I knew my great grandma and grandma made checkbook wallets. So I'm the very first generation of quilting. So when I got her, I figured to find something to do because my husband was allowing me to stay at home. And I started with origami and jewelry. And then I was bored with it. And I looked on YouTube. And that's when I found quilting. And I started in 2016, between 16 and 17. And now doing it all. Sandra, I picked So it was a fat quarter bundle. I was trying to pick 2 colors each, and I figured if I had more, I'd switch them out to different color sides. She was asking about the tulip pink thing.
Oh, I'm
Thank you,
so excited.
Teresa.
Those are gonna be so cute. I have one more piece to go, and I have a question because you've done a lot more lives on here than I have. Does YouTube cut you off at 2 hours? Because we're at an hour and a half. Does it keep going for as long as you want?
Yeah, I believe so. Teresa knows more
Good.
than I do.
If you
And
guys
so does
know,
Melissa.
does it go forever or does it cut you off? Because I think I saw someone, maybe it was Becca or Yvette, they said that they were about to be cut off at 2. Maybe it was the program that she was using. I'm not sure. But if that's the case, we can always reload this.
Here you
No,
go.
it's 6. You'll have to. Okay.
6. You'll have to restart. Okay. 6 hours. Everybody's saying Mom and Pop Quilt Shop goes for 12 hours.
Oh my goodness.
They do 12 hours on Saturdays.
Wow.
But they do 6 hours, 1 in the morning and 6 hours at night, in the afternoon. So
Right,
I did a live. Ooh, I love it. So I was doing the live on Saturday. And all of a sudden, Mom and Pop shows up in my chat box.
That's so exciting.
Yeah. I've watched her since I first started quilting.
I watched
Teresa.
When I was trying to learn, I watched a lot of Donna Jordan, Melanie Ham, and then I found Yvette when I was getting into paper piecing. But when I was learning, I watched a lot of Donna Jordan and Melanie Ham. Melanie Ham pretty much taught me, and Angela Walters. Those were like the main 3 that I watched a lot.
Yeah. I watched Angela Walter Tulip Pink when she did do her YouTube. There was a video of her home on YouTube. They did it in several different parts.
That's really cool. I love her Tuesday talks. Tuesdays with Tula on Instagram.
Yeah, her one room, 2 shelves full of all of her quilts.
Insane. Yeah. Insane. I love that. I had my own kind of moment of I posted each time. So today and the last time that I posted about my color wheel quilt that I'm working on, Libs Elliott liked it. Like, that's insane to me that, like, you know, fabric designers, it's just so cool. Like, even I get so starstruck. I'm just like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. And
yeah.
I just think it's so cool that they take time to, like, connect with people who, like, idolize them, you know?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So on my Instagram, I couldn't get it to work on my phone or my laptop. So I had to use my iPad. I really wanted to change the name on it to my business name, but it wouldn't let me.
That's weird.
Yeah, but
I wonder if you can change, like, the name and, like, because there's, like, let's see.
I couldn't even open Instagram on my phone.
What kind of phone do you have?
iPhone 13. Not 13, 12.
Well, it should definitely work then. That's really. Does it need to be updated? Because sometimes when it's not updated, the app has a lot of problems. So maybe it needs.
I don't know.
Updated?
But I do know it needs to be replaced.
What happened?
I dropped it too many times, and my kids, between my nieces and nephew, dropped it so many times. I don't know how good you can see it.
Yeah, I can't see it that well.
You see that little black dot right there?
Oh, yeah.
That's the inside of my phone.
That might be why Instagram's not working.
I don't know, but the whole phone has to be replaced.
That's terrible. I have the iPhone X. It was like before even the 10, and it's
Yeah.
like the whole thing is the screen. Like it doesn't look like that, but my wallpaper are my kiddos.
Oh.
I've got them on there.
Yeah.
But
Jesus. Okay. Jesus says, no way I can do 6 hours.
that's when that meme, ain't nobody got time for that.
And then Halo was telling us that Instagram does have a business accounts that are different than your personal. Yes, but if I can get Instagram to work on my phone, because I'd like to travel just with my phone and not my iPad.
Yeah, I believe my account, I have a personal account and a business account. So my Goody Goods account is set up as a business, even though I don't sell anything like on there. I guess it just has different tools to where you can see like insights on like who views and like engagement, stuff like that. I don't really pay attention to that stuff on there or on here. I'm like, if you watch me, you watch me. I'm not gonna get like caught up on all of the crazy like numbers and stuff. I think that's just stressful. It makes it less fun. For me at least. I'm like, I'm just gonna babble about quilting, and if someone wants to listen.
So you say if you need to go, please do go. You don't always have to be here.
That's
I
so
think
cute.
Melissa's here because I know sometimes she doesn't sleep well too.
Thank you.
So,
Barb said they're so cute, Beth. Thank you.
So for the ones that are joining, this is what I'm making: a pineapple block out of Tula Pink fabric because I'm going to put the fussy-cuts in between them.
And I just sewed up my last section for my wedge of my chartreuse like limey green. So I'm going to sew this whole wedge together. I'm proud of myself. The wedge down. 17 more to go.
Yeah. Oh, I'm trying to catch up on doing lives on TikTok still.
TikTok is like foreign to me. I have no idea how that thing works.
Well, on TikTok, to tell you, I have. Let me pull up because I don't remember now. And I have a friend over there too, and she does. So she was a needle worker and a quilter, and I've already told Teresa about that. Okay, Melissa, please take care of yourself. She takes quilt blocks and uses glass to make them.
Oh, that's really cool. Stained glass?
Yes.
I've seen those, and I've really wanted to get one for my window here.
And of course, she chooses the time I'm going to be on live because I'm one of her moderators.
Oh, is she on right now?
Yeah, on TikTok.
I have a TikTok. I just don't post on there. I feel like I've finally gotten like a good grip on Instagram, and TikTok is just like a whole different world, and I'm just not ready. I feel like there's so much learning. Like you have to like be on everything, you know? It's so hard.
My followers is 2,263 followers.
That's amazing. Wow.
My latest video took off. It right as this moment is 518 views and one share.
That's insane. And
so all the furniture you see behind me,
yeah,
this gray top,
yeah,
and the Alex stores,
yeah,
IKEA when we were up in Kansas City for my appointment.
Did you like it? Have you been there before?
I love it. I've never built it before, and I did it by myself. My husband was going to help me. I got stuck doing it.
I really like IKEA. We don't go a lot because it's easy to kind of go a little crazy in there. There's just so much to look at. But I do have, this is what I got from IKEA to help with my organization. I don't remember the name, and even if I did, I wouldn't be able to pronounce it because it's in Swedish. But but I got 3 of these, and it sits underneath my sewing table. This is actually a free table that I got on Facebook Market. Someone was just getting rid of their draft table, and then my husband cut a piece of like wood to set my machine in, and so like I have space here too. But these are from IKEA, and they're just like metal ones, and I have all my scraps organized by color, so like red, orange, yellow, green. And so whenever I'm doing paper piecing, which is all the time, I can pull
use
from
up the scrap
scraps,
space.
and it's perfect. So that's what I got from IKEA, and I'm really enjoying. I've had it for a while, but I learned great about the Alex drawers. My mother-in-law has the Alex drawers that you have, and she loves them.
Well, they have different types, though. They have the one I have, and then the skinnier ones, and the taller ones.
Yeah.
So here's my scrap bucket. I have like 6 of them.
Oh, nice.
And of course, they're ordered by sizes.
Yeah. That's so, I watched videos on like scrap organization, and there's people who do it by color and then sizes. And I tried that where I went through one day, I took all of my scraps out because they were literally in this giant bucket, all in Ziploc bags. Because what I used to do was like after each project, because I can't throw anything away, like fabric or not. So every time I'd get done, I would take all of the scraps from each like project, fold them up, and then put them in a Ziploc bag and throw them in a bucket. So I went through one day and like cut everything by size. Like I cut some 2.5-inch strips and some squares.
Okay, I'm gonna answer Barb on this because I do long arming work. So, like Melissa said, and Halo, yeah, it takes me a while if like my customers ask me to do it and give it to me for the opportunity to design it. Sometimes I will either free motion it or just use my computer, but I think you're doing yours by domestic machine. Just look at it and see what designs you might like with it. That's all it is. And don't know how much Quilting Beth has done.
Like long arm quilting?
No, like your domestic machine, but
Oh yeah, I
how you decide of the quilting design you want to go for.
how to quilt it?
Yeah, that's what Barb's asking for. Something wrong?
It just depends. It depends on the design. Sometimes it'll just come to me. A lot of the times, if I don't know what I want to do, I'll just do wavy line quilting. I really like that because I can like get my sandwich in, and it's just like really easy. You don't have to have it perfect. You're just trying to have the spacing be consistent. And I like anything that looks like it's a lot harder than it really is, or a lot better than it is. Like if you step far away and you're like, whoa. I feel like as long as you keep the spacing consistent, it looks great on anything. But I really like wavy line quilting, and then if I want the piecing to shine, I'll just stitch in the ditch.
Yeah. So this is one of the quilts I did for my niece with a log cabin. And this is the stitching I did on hers with a colorful thread.
Oh, wow. Was that all free motion?
That is actually computerized because I was trying to hurry and get them done.
That is amazing.
For their Christmas presents.
I'm not sure if it's going to show. I think, let's see. Some of my favorite quilting on this cross quilt. So like sometimes the design of the quilt, like this, I wanted the line, like the quilting to make it look like a sun behind the quilt, like rays coming out. Yeah. But I think my favorite quilting that I've done was on a quilt that I made for a customer for her mom, and her mom actually just passed away last week, so actually pretty upsetting. but I made it for her mother, and she really liked daisies, so it was like a daisy quilt, and I did free motion quilting paisleys, like they kind of look like little flower petals in the heart. But yeah, so if you guys pray, if you could add, a family that's grieving a loss right now, and just a lot of other things going on in their family, that would be amazing.
Yeah, and this one I did myself.
Oh, that looks really good.
That's the quilt that hit second place at the state fair.
Oh, cool. See, Sean, he was talking about how he's entered some stuff in the state fair. I have not done that. I think that's really cool that you guys have both done that.
Yeah, so here's the
I
full
never would have.
quilt. If it didn't do that. So here you go.
Oh, beautiful. That's really pretty.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you.
So,
It's a local family. I posted in my Instagram. I'm not sure, Nancy, if you're on my Instagram. I know you're here on YouTube, but I did post a GoFundMe for that family. Her granddaughter just got diagnosed with leukemia. So if you guys are interested, I can post the GoFundMe on my Instagram again, or I can send you the link to it if you guys want to. You definitely don't have to, but if you guys can pray, that'd be great. This family is going through a lot, and it's a really sweet family. So
you should be able to add it underneath your description box. I'm still trying to figure that out.
Okay, and then on here, I'll get in and I'll edit it after we're done, and I'll put the GoFundMe for if anyone's interested. I'm not trying to like plug or anything, but it's just been such a hard time for this family, and they're really good people. And
one of my students from last year, her mom had twins at super early, and one of them passed away last weekend.
Oh my gosh.
We are in Catholic school, so in our Catholic community, we actually work together to raise money and all that, and get them gas money and all that. The other twin is still there in ICU right now.
Wow. Yeah. It's just, I feel like when it rains, it pours,
Yeah.
It's just. But I'm thinking about reaching out to her and seeing if she would want me to do some memory quilts with her mom's clothes.
Yeah.
I made a lot of memory quilts so far, and I have interfacing and stuff just sitting around that she wouldn't need to like buy any materials. I would just love to be able to do something, I hate feeling helpless. Like prayer is huge, but it sucks like feeling like you can't do anything. But I can do quilting, and I feel like that's something,
Yeah.
That's great that we all have like a gift. I feel like everyone has something that they're good at, or a gift to share with the world, and especially in times like these.
So this is another quote I did. It's for my brother's wife down in Texas, and
oh my goodness.
I did it all freehand.
Wow. I love pinwheels.
I sat there and did it all in a week before Christmas.
Wow.
I did the top by itself.
Even though Christmas is the same day every single year, I feel like every single time I'm like, wait, I don't have any time to do all the things that I need to do.
There you go. Besides my 3 dogs, these are my 2 babies.
They're so cute. They're so little. Do you have names for them?
Yeah. Okay, here. I gotta pause it. This big one, her name is Nightmare. She used to claw my husband's head. And then the little one is Elsa.
Oh, I love that. From Frozen? Or just, you like the name?
Just fully black.
Oh, that's so cute. We have a
So here's the other. part of the elephant.
Oh, that looks so good. I love the like colors that you chose. It kind of reminds me of cotton candy.
So here, let's see if I can get this to go. This is the latest one I did. I can figure out how long before I flip the camera. The fun part on TikTok, I don't have to sit there and okay.
Oh, is that your remodel?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I still gotta clean it though. And then it goes to the other side of the building. I'm a little cramped, so we moved the long arm towards the other table.
What kind of what machine do you have?
Bernina Q34. Excuse me. Bernina Q24.
Those are insane. Those are so
Well,
cool.
I went and tested all of them. All different brands.
Yeah. What'd you think about Gamel? Because I've heard those are. My friend knows someone who's a Gamel ambassador. She just got a long arm and she has a Bernina, and she's like, I just really preferred the Bernina.
Yeah. I tried the Gamel. I didn't like the feel of it. I tried Handy Quilter. Didn't like the fact that the computer was on top of the machine.
Mm.
So if the computer's off, it's light. If the computer's on, it's heavy.
Oh, that makes sense.
So on my long arm, it's a little different. And I'm going to move you because you guys are going to have a little wobble. And yes, Patty, I do watch Tecker. I don't know about Beth.
I saw, I joined in on one of Sobecca's videos, and right after I'd gotten on, they started talking about Tucker. And
so here's my computer.
Wow. That's all I'm going to say. Wow.
My
That
13-foot frame.
That's so beautiful.
Thank you. And that was my client's quote down there. I would run the machine, but it's the big. So their nickname, she's Big B. And she is loud.
Yeah, those are really loud.
And then I have another 770 of one of these in the gray form. And I bought those two together.
Okay.
And then I got her name is Little B, except for my daughter calls it Strawberry. Because she wants to put stickers of strawberry on it. And then we have my Tula edition.
Melissa said, Barb, start with doodling on paper, then make some mini quilt sandwiches and practice. That's a great thing. You could also take a picture of your quilt and go in on Procreate, or even take a screenshot and even just do something on your phone and kind of draw on it and see what those designs would look like with your piecing. Do you guys ever cut material, then regret it and have to come up with a new pattern? Yes. Yes.
So, Barb, okay, they are chopping mats from Dollar Tree. You can use, and I'll do a description of it once. You can use whiteboard markers. Here. And then lay it on top of your quilt. And then mark off. That's how I learned.
That's a great idea.
You just buy it at Dollar Tree, and of course I put my whiteboard too far away. For $1. I
did just get I've been wanting to do a long arm, but that's just like not in the cards for us. And we were trying to find a way to get around it to where I could still do like long arming, you know? And I don't know if you saw it last night while I was on there. I think you commented. Let's see. Let's see if I can take because you're on my laptop. So my husband got
The cutie frame?
the cutie frame, and it's sitting right here because I had to take it off of my table so that I could use my singer, because now my singer is just for paper piecing. So I've got my Juki here, and I have my cover on it because I'm being responsible and will not get dust on there. And then I have my singer where it has always been. We tried switching my table around and moving my singer on the opposite end, but that
Nancy's saying, show that again. Are you talking about Beth or me? Thank you, Patty.
I have the Quantum Stylist. I really like it. My husband surprised me with the Juki because I really wanted to do long arm quilting, and he did a lot of researching and found the Cutie Grace frame, so it sits on my table. And I played with it last night for the first time. Let me show you what I did. So this is all free motion. I don't have the Pro Stitcher. I feel like you can buy it and add it on, and I don't have a stitch regulator. So this is just me trying my best to not get eyelashes.
It's pretty good. I like it.
Thank you. I did some flowers here, some squigglies. I'm really proud of my pebbles. I love pebbles and quilts. I just don't know what my obsession is with pebbles, but they're so pretty. And then I did some cursive E's and then meandering. And then this is what the back looks like. So not terrible. The tension could probably be adjusted a little bit, but there's no eyelashing. So I feel like my speed was pretty good. But this is what I did last night.
Nancy was asking for this. It's called a chopping mat at Dollar Tree. Show what I do on the plastic. Okay. Give me a second before I roll my chair on my beautiful quilt that Melissa got to see. Trying to see if I can find a dark color to use so you guys can see. That's pretty much all I use is a whiteboard marker and that. And it's called chopping mat at Dollar Tree.
Ta-da! All that time, and I have a wedge done.
Hey, you beat me. I made 1, 2 stitches, 2 side stitched, and getting ready for the third.
Yes, that was all free motion quilting. First time, I literally it got delivered yesterday, and my in-laws took Addie and Zoe, and they did a sleepover. So we still had Louise, but Austin put it together for me before dinner and set it all up. And then once we had dinner and hung out, he likes to play video games before bed, so he did that, and I came down here and played around a little bit. And I took out this block. It's actually a test block that I was doing for someone last week. This is the block that I was making when I cut my finger. So I was working on 3 and 4 to go like make a wall hanging, but I stopped obviously after I cut my finger, and I did not revisit it. So I did some quilting on it, and I'll hang it up on my wall so I can look at it.
It's the best way to have a reminder where you started.
Exactly. I still have, when I first started paper piecing, I still have a section of what I was working on. It was the Quiet Place sewing machine, and I was just learning how to paper piece, and I was not getting it. And instead of throwing away that first section, I hung it up on my wall. So it's like that little red one right there. Oh, right there. That was from my first time paper piecing. Let's see. Oh, right
Move
there.
your finger towards you. Well, a little bit more. You got it. Got it. Got it.
What? It's not the heart. Let's see. Let me take you over here. It's actually kind of funny because Austin put googly eyes on the kids.
Barb, you can
So
use pounds, pad, and stencils. Yes. I
right
know
there.
that one.
Yes.
Okay.
That was a failed piece that I saved.
I just don't like the pounds pad because it still leaves an extra chalk on it. And I quit using it anyway. And it's going to a special friend now. And I think he'll use it a lot more. And Elizabeth knows who I'm talking about.
So for anyone, this is what I'm working on. I got my next wedge going. And then it's going to get greener and then bluer and then purple.
I love it.
So I have another wedge.
Night, Patty. Thank you for the thumbs up. And Barb says that's impressive.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, it's a test quilt from A Quarter Life Leap on Instagram. Here's my little ref sheet so that I stay on track. And the funny thing is, it's reverse of what I'm doing. So when I labeled this, I thought it was while you were looking at the fabric, but this is when you're looking at the paper. So I started making it, and it was reversed. It was mirrored, and I'm like, oh no, it's mirrored. I'm totally doing this wrong. And I'm like, wait, no, it's okay. So I'm just gonna keep doing it this way, and it's going the opposite way.
Yeah.
It's paper piecing sometimes is such a crazy thing.
Are you talking about this, Melissa?
Red.
It's not a Band-Aid. It's more of a pain patch medicine. Yeah, dealing with that back injury, it took a lot of more problems on me. So when I had to have my first back surgery, Beth, they took it looked like a pizza thing. Remember the old days? They have the little pizza things that they put in the box on top of the pizza.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's what it looks like. They had to fuse it back into space.
Oh my goodness.
Now I have another one above me, above the original surgery, that is bulging.
Oh my goodness.
And I'm ready for it to be done.
Luckily, I have not
had
many. I have not had major injuries. Knock on wood.
Yeah. Yeah, the doctor's trying everything to see if we can get, because the last 2 months has been the worst.
I'm so sorry to hear that. That's very unfortunate. When did the event happen? Like, how long has it been?
So the fuse, are you talking about the fuse one?
No, when you got hurt.
When I got hurt in 2016.
Oh my goodness.
So I was getting a drink, and I was so there's these little boxes that are for recycle to be shredded with like residents' names and stuff on it.
Mm-hmm.
I was standing there. This door to the med room is a fire door, so it's heavy, so they have to push it, and they had no window in it. So the nurse came out and pushed the door right into my spine.
Oh my goodness.
And it took me a year and a half to find a doctor to listen to me when I said something's not right. Literally for months, my right leg and the upper part and the before the knee would go numb,
Mm.
and it still
So
goes numb
nerve
because it's
pain.
permanently damaged.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry.
I'm just glad I'm not doing any more heavy work and lifting people right now.
I hope this doesn't get me in trouble. Because I know we're in Kansas, so it's illegal technically. But have you looked into any like cannabis?
I can't do that well on pain meds. I'm on pain
Oh, yeah. Okay. Like even like CBD oil or something, because I know they make like body bombs that could
well,
help. I don't know if it's deeper pain, so.
so if it has THC in it, my pain
Mhm.
management will pick that up and we do tests. So they make
Oh,
sure
okay.
I'm not doing any illegal
Yeah,
drugs.
yeah.
Break the
Because
contract.
I know for pain at least that's really good, but if you're still employed, that's obviously not the way to go, especially in Kansas. If it were legal, maybe it'd be different.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they do have CBD oils that don't contain THC.
I have
I know
before
that
I got
because
on pain management, it didn't help.
really,
Yeah.
well, it's kind of sucky because here in Kansas it's illegal. So the CBD oils that they do have, even if I mean, there's just even the CBD, the percentage of what's in there compared to like if you went to Colorado,
Yeah.
and it was still purely CBD is just lower.
Yeah.
Yeah, I read that as well. People don't realize, but you can pop hot on CBD. I've seen that as well.
Yeah.
Um, we don't do it, but I just know for like pain and stuff like that. I really wish it were legal here because I feel like it would definitely help a lot of people.
Hmm.
Pain, like PTSD, stuff like that,
Yeah.
depression. I am an
We
RN.
wish it would be legal for us to do it, but with the contract with the pain management, I don't want to
Yeah.
break that.
Oh yeah,
They're
definitely.
helping me a lot.
Definitely. I did see a post my mother-in-law sent me. She knows like I'm kind of like an advocate for that stuff. Obviously, if it's illegal, it's illegal where you are, but I do hope that eventually it gets legalized. She sent me a post the other day that a bill got passed through the House, so it has to go through the Senate still, and it got approved for making it legal, and then it would also help all the people that have been put in jail for marijuana and that kind of stuff would get them out. I think that's pretty cool. I just like when I think of it, I think of like veterans. I know you said that you have a Navy background as well. My great uncle, he was in Vietnam, and my grandpa, he was in Vietnam. And I know that when my grandpa was really sick, he ended up passing away. But when he was in pain and stuff like that from like the chemo and everything, um, I feel like marijuana could have helped that pain a little bit,
Yeah.
made it a little bit more
Yeah, it's
comfortable.
kind of cool to find out your grandpa and uncle were in Vietnam. I had two. Okay, so my first great grandpa was in Vietnam, and then my second one wasn't. He passed away. Then my great grandma got remarried, and I always had this weird dream around July because my great grandma's birthday is in July as well.
Mhm.
July 7th is her birthday. I got married the 11th. I kept it between her birthday, my mom's wedding anniversary, and my birthday.
Oh,
And
that's so
so
sweet.
the second, the dream would be that my second great grandfather would bring her flowers for her birthday. I was three
Oh,
at the time. He passed away when I was three. So it's like those dream that comes back to you and you don't
yeah.
even remember it. Some people think it's weird, but I think it's kind of cool to know hey, you don't remember it, but it comes to you. So, and it's
That's really sweet.
the weirdest thing I have when I was in high school. I was about 16 and I was on a bowling tournament in Wichita for my high school. And my grandfather hit the telephone pole. I had this weird sixth sense of knowing something was wrong with my grandfather. So my grandpa is not my biological grandfather. He married my common law married my grandma. And so it was just, I still got that sixth sense because he kind of helped raise me as well. And to have that, there is days I would have senses something's wrong with my grandfather. He had a telephone pole. It took months to bring him back. But he did come back and he gave us the bird.
Halo said with Vietnam vets they had Agent Orange and that caused much medical challenges. Especially with my grandfather. My grandpa, it was kind of funny. So not funny, but it was cool that my uncle was out there. He was the one that was like on the phone, telling like where to drop the Agent Orange. And my grandpa was the one that was loading the Agent Orange onto the planes, and so he had like a lot of exposure to it. I mean, I'm guessing everyone did, but he was like packaging it and putting it on the planes. When he got cancer, he got stage 4 lymphoma, and it was crazy because the chemo was actually making the cancer grow, and the doctors had never seen that before, and they suspect that it was from the Agent Orange. So, like, as much as they were trying to help him, it was making it worse. And he had a lot of health problems. And my mother also had a lot of health problems. So, she was born several months early, not expected to live. And she has had a lot of eye problems and like surgeries on her knees and her ears and stuff like that growing up. And she actually, several years back, had a detached retina, and that is related to Agent Orange as well. And there's also a lot of like psychological things. Like my sister, she is bipolar, and there's like just a lot of things that link back to Agent Orange, and it's insane to think of so many people that are affected health wise, physically or mentally from it. It's really sad. It's really sad. Not not fun. And someone also said
Melissa.
up here, I can't even imagine my pain without my edibles. I totally wish it was legal here. I've traveled to Seattle and Colorado, and I've been able to like partake legally. Um, but I wish it was legal here. Kansas is very conservative. So I don't see it happening until it's federally legal. We'll see. If so, we're going to be the last state to legalize
Yeah,
it.
probably.
Melissa said, LLC, I'm immune to all the cane drugs and allergic to morphine. Oh my goodness. Hopefully
That's
you never
the kind
need
of
morphine.
patch I have on. It's close to morphine.
My husband is he's allergic to amoxicillin.
I'm allergic. What was it called? Penicillin.
Penicillin. I'm allergic to watermelon.
Never heard of that.
I know. It's really weird. So on the 4th of July party out in California, I was visiting my family, and I had a piece of watermelon at this party, and my throat started to close up, and I was so scared because the fireworks were going off, and I felt like no one could hear me because I'm like, guys, something's wrong. And so I haven't had watermelon since then, and I looked it up, and it's technically not the watermelon. It's when the watermelon was grown. So I have very bad seasonal allergies, like in spring and summer. So if the fruit, and it happens with other fruit, like I will get like stingy lips and sting like a weird thing. I've never had it that bad, like I did with the watermelon. So I started close up. If the fruit is season like that, and it's severely allergic, you can have an allergic reaction because if you think about it, all the juices in the watermelon, all that stuff is like grown into So Halo said, Beth, it is so real. Not many Vietnam vets left. Definitely not.
Yeah.
I do make it a point whenever I see a vet out, like in the world, I like to stop and say thank you because there's not a lot of them left. My great grandfather, he was almost 100 years old. He passed away 2 days before we had Louise, and he was a World War II vet. He was a chief in the Navy, and he had a lot of really great stories. And it's just sad.
So in Reno County, on our way out of South Hutch, there's a gas station and then there's a wall, a memorial wall of everyone who served and lived in that county.
That is amazing.
It made me cry to find my great uncle who served in the Navy, and then my two great grandfathers. It
So you
was
come from a big military family as well, then?
Yeah.
I feel like it takes someone to have that experience to understand. Or maybe that's just how I feel. I just feel like veterans don't get enough love unless like it's from other people that know like this, like the true sacrifice. And
Tracy, I understand where you're at. I can handle other pain meds, but I cannot handle Percocet. It makes me sick. I've tried it 3 times. It was right after my back surgery that they gave it to me. They said, do not do it again. So.
my doctor encourages myself. Edibles. Edibles are great.
If it was legal in Kansas, my mom and I would be doing it.
Exactly. My parents go out to Colorado and they get CBD massages, and the CBD has THC infused in it, and they get massages with that all over their body, and that sounds like a dream. I would love to do that. But I know that I would much rather do that than pain medicine.
You shouldn't have issues with tramadol because it's like not even a narcotic. But now you got my CMA brain to figure it out. I was a certified nurse aide and a certified med aide. And I'm raised in my mom, one of my parents, is a nurse practitioner.
Oh, cool.
And then my husband's a nurse.
My mom, actually, when my grandpa passed away, she wasn't a nurse. Like, she used to be a physical trainer, and was like really big into fitness. She even had a gym at one point in Overland Park. But after my grandpa passed away and like seeing that process at the Mayo Clinic and everything, she was inspired to go to school and become a nurse and like work in oncology. She wanted to be near there. So now she works in the hospital, in the VA hospital in Leavenworth. So she helps veterans, and I think that's really cool that she just was like, I want to become a nurse. So
my husband just started school to become a nurse right now to get his bachelor's. He's an RN already. He wants to go back and get his bachelor's. I was originally for a while in school too. So I was going to become a teacher. They must have changed it since I was CMA in 2016. I didn't know that. but I was in school to become a librarian.
Oh, cool.
I volunteer in the library every Thursday this year. We're the lot. Usually it's every day, but for the last 5 years, I've been in that library, and so I know that library system, the program system, and I know it all by the back of my hand. I can just tell you how to. I have kids come ask me, and they have a hard time with my name, and so sometimes I try to use my maiden name. Sometimes if it helps better, because I would rather go either way. But they'll come and say, "Hey, where's I Survive books?" I point where it is, and they're like, "How did you know that?" It's because I put them away all the time. I do know my librarian for that school is going to be retiring either this year or next year. Melissa, I hope you get it taken care of so that you can feel relieved. I hope my machine's not too loud.
I think it's fine. Yeah, I didn't really know what I wanted to do. Once I got to the point where I was in college and like I just had no idea. I just took all of like the prerequisites to hopefully once I figured it out, I would have those all out of the way. And I'm like, what do I want to do? I don't know what I want to do. Before quilting and before being a mom, there was nothing that really inspired me to like go to school. Like I was really good in high school and got good grades and everything. I don't mind going to school. It's just I wasn't inspired to do anything. Nothing like, you know,
That's how I
got me
was
going.
with before I met my husband. I was just going to school to get a better degree to take care of my daughter beforehand.
Yeah.
So my daughter has my two middle names too. So the funny story to it, Jane is from my grandmother's middle name, and the Elizabeth is from my great grandmother.
Oh, I love that.
And I was the last one with the Elizabeth. And my great grandma passed away about 2010. So I was the last one with the Elizabeth. And I'm like, I'm passing that to my daughter. Who else is going to get it to keep it in the generation?
Yeah.
And
Oh,
so
that's sweet.
that's how I ended up naming her. And then we found out that as I was trying to name her, some Melissa's asking, "Was your mom a Kiss fan?" Beth,
My mom?
yeah.
A Kiss fan. I think so. I'm not sure.
But it was just I didn't want the Jane. So the Jane has been passed before my daughter 3 times. So my grandma had it, I had it, and one of my cousins has it. But I just didn't want to stop it from with the Elizabeth.
Yeah.
Bob says Kiss had a big hit with the song Beth.
Well, the funny thing is, I know what you're talking about because is it the one that's like, Beth, I hear you calling or something like that? I feel like that's the one you're talking about. But my name's actually Elizabeth, and I go by Beth because I feel like it's so proper. For me, at least, I feel like for me, I'm just not that proper. And I don't know when I started going by Beth. I just always have gone by Beth. And it's funny because I'm Elizabeth Goody legally. I'll always use Elizabeth. It's like a legal thing or like a professional thing. And my mother-in-law is Elizabeth Goody. And so, like, sometimes there's been a time where I go to get like a prescription and they try and give me hers. And I'm like, no, I'm the other Elizabeth Goody.
Yeah.
So we have the same name. And I actually use we use her Sam's thing because her thing says Elizabeth Goody. So me and my husband will go. I mean, we have our own like card attached to the account, but we'll go in just I'm Elizabeth Goody, so it works out.
Yeah. So I'm gonna show you something because I like your tattoos and stuff. If I can get the camera down, just give me a second. There you go.
Oh wow!
That's
Oh, I
my
love
daughter's name
that.
on it with the purple butterfly.
That's so pretty. Are you gonna give her that butterfly quilt that you're working on?
Yes.
She's gonna love
Give me
that.
a
That's so
second.
sweet.
Is that better?
That's so sweet. I've got I don't have Louise yet, but I'm breastfeeding her. So I read that like you shouldn't get tattoos while you're breastfeeding because if there's like an infection, it would pass through the milk. So I'm waiting until we're done breastfeeding to get her added on. But I've got Zoe. Hold on. I've got Zoe with her birth flower, and then I've got Addington with his birth flower, December. And then I have sunflowers and some plumerias to signify Kansas and Hawaii. Like,
Yeah.
and then I have this one with my mom, and it's like a Celtic sign for. It looks like a mama holding her baby, kind of like her arms wrapped around. And then this one's for my grandpa. That is the lymphoma cancer ribbon. And then I've got another sunflower for Kansas.
Yeah.
And on my back, I have like hibiscus and like a whole bunch of plumerias. And then I have a little butterfly.
Yeah.
And then I have this one that says, "When words fail, music speaks." I love music. I used to play the clarinet a lot. And I've just always been like obsessed with music. And then I have one on my neck. I don't think I could show it. Let's see. It's a sun. Probably
We can
not a
see
good
it.
angle. So there's a sun. And then I have one on my thigh, and it's a like a mandala with a bird skull in it. That sounds very terrible, but it kind of symbolizes for me my grandpa. We used to watch birds together. I'm a huge bird nerd, and he used to collect feathers. So I thought having the skull and then like the beautiful color, it kind of looks like stained glass on the back, was like a good tribute to him. And then I have two on my ribs. Me and my husband have forever and always on our one side, and then I have life goes on the other one. So now that I just like spelled that all out, I feel like I have a lot more than you forget about them after a while.
Yeah. So the reason of my daughter's name, we found out my cousin has a daughter named, instead of L-A, it's L-E, Isabel.
Oh, okay.
So I went with Isabella so that they can be separated so that they my cousin and I were pregnant at the same time. We didn't plan this. Her son and my daughter would have been due on the same day.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It was weird. We didn't even plan it. We didn't even think of it. We didn't even talk. And it just happened. But instead, my daughter was born on my uncle's birthday. And it was his birthday present.
Aww. That's so
At
sweet.
11:59 at night.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I feel like night babies it's kind of nice because then you can like sleep the rest of the night. Even though nurses are literally in and out like every 2 seconds.
Oh, yeah. Mine was worse. Well, part of it is because I didn't have a really good C-section.
Oh, wow.
I hemorrhaged in the middle of it when they were taking Isabella out. And I passed out.
3 C-sections, so I know how it's already like heightened, you know? You're already kind of like, so to have that happen during, cannot imagine.
Mine was because so I was going to have it natural but mine was at 103 temp.
Wow.
So I had emergency.
My first Addington was an emergency C-section as well, but not that emergent. We went in at like 7 in the morning because he was a week late, and so we were just gonna try and see if we could get things going. And then we didn't have him until 12 hours later. So I spent all that time, and I got stuck at like 9.5 for hours, and we were just waiting to see if like it would finally happen, and he kept decelling. So like his, you know what that means. You're, you know your medical stuff, but he decelled a ton of times, and so we called for a C-section. And then when he came out, his oxygen was off. He had the meconium, so he needed to be on an IV oxygen and antibiotics, and he went to the NICU right away. Like I didn't even get to like say hi to him or anything till 6 hours after having him. He went straight to the NICU, and my husband did as well. So I was just like sitting in recovery, just like, you know, when you get the shakes after.
Yeah.
And I had no idea that that was something that happened because I feel like they don't cover any of that in school. And so I'm like sitting in a room shaking, just like so scared for my baby. But
Yeah.
he's okay. He spent a week in the NICU.
I need to learn not to try to touch the ruler with the rotary blade.
Be careful.
Yeah.
It's funny because in my video I was like, well, I am doing my sewing series, and the next video is prepping your fabric and getting into cutting. But I cut my finger, so I'm gonna wait another week until I don't have a band-aid on, because I feel like it'd be silly to be like, all right, let's learn how to cut, folks. I did just massacre my finger last week, but
Ooh, 53 hours in labor. I couldn't do that. But it is worth it after we have our babies.
50.
I think I was 12 hours too. I started at 4 o'clock the day before. And they gave me my medicine and everything. And didn't make it till 11:59 the next day.
With my second, so I knew what to expect with the C-section. Not painful, but kind of weird because you kind of feel like the tugging and stuff. You know what I mean? Like the pressure a little bit. So I went into my second C-section because we just decided to plan it. We didn't want another kid in the NICU. So for Zoe, I went in and I'm like, it's going to be great. It's planned and I already know what to expect. So it takes the like surprise factor out of this. No, my anesthesiologist did not put my spinal in correctly and actually left the operating room. So I just remember, I don't know if we should do like a trigger warning here, but we're already talking about it. So I was just like expecting what I had with Addington, and that was not what was happening. I was just feeling like really sharp pain. Like I could feel everything that was going on, like a lot. And my husband just like looked over at me and was like, oh my gosh, something's not okay. Something's not okay. And he was like my advocate in that time because especially like in that time, I just couldn't even talk. I couldn't even breathe. Like I was just like, I don't even know. I was like having an out of body experience. I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah.
And so they had to get the anesthesia, the guy back in. I can't even say that word. And he like got in my face. He was like, well, can you describe what you're feeling? Like what are you feeling? And he was like really rude. And I'm like, in my mind, I'm like screaming at him, but physically I'm unable to do anything. It's like when you have that dream and you're trying to scream, but like nothing's coming out.
Yeah.
So then by the point that they were going to get her out, I didn't even care. I did not even want to hold her. I didn't want to do anything with her because I was in so much pain. And like, I'd just gone through like a very traumatic experience. And I was not expecting it at all. I was seriously just, I went in there prepared. And it was terrible. I had to report the doctor And then with Louise, I was like, it's going to happen again. And my mindset has changed from I know what to expect to let's just get through it. I'm just going to get through it. We'll get it done. If it's terrible, then it's terrible and it's okay. We're just going to get to the good part of having the baby. It's fine. And the doctor was so nice and looked at my record from Zoe's C-section and said that he could tell, like in the numbers, that the spinal was not in the right place. And he was like, he totally like reaffirmed everything because I went to my navigator's appointment and I brought it up because Austin was like, advocate for yourself, say something, say you're scared, say you want epidural on top, like once you start your C-section, like just say something, try to be there for yourself. And so I went in and I was like, I'm not trying to complain, I'm not trying to pull anyone, you know, under the rug or anything, but I had a really traumatic experience with Zoe and I felt everything. I really want to avoid it. And they brought in an anesthesiologist and she made me feel so stupid. She was like, well, I don't think that's what happened. And maybe you're just like, you were really anxious and everything. And like, I was just sitting there bawling because I had finally advocated for myself. And she was just totally, like invalidating everything that I had said. So to go into there with Louise and it was like out of the three, the best labor because my doctors were nice to me and, you know, made sure that my spinal was in. They had to do it like 3 times, but sorry to get into baby talk. But you know how women,
says,
we like,
God bless you, Beth. That's not a great experience for sure. And then Crystal says, I don't do videos online, but this last October was cutting material and I was using the 60 blade rotary cutter and cut my left side of my pointer finger on my left hand. Oh my God.
wow. No. That is so scary.
I haven't even knocked on wood.
Don't even say it. Don't even say it. I know what you're going to say. Don't say it.
But
there's not enough.
I don't know how good it can see it. You see that light skin color?
Yeah.
That is a cut from my at the time boyfriend, which is my husband. He had cheap drinking glass. And I was washing them because we were trying to get the kitchen cleaned up. It broke under the water on my hand. And I didn't know it. And I pulled it out. He comes out and he looks at me and he's like, well, what's wrong? And I was like, I'm holding my finger. It got cut. And he's like, let me see it. And then luckily it didn't make it through the bone, is what the doctor said. And so we were able to just put glue on it to glue it back together.
That is so scary.
Yeah, with it being underwater and not knowing it. So Melissa says every woman has had a birth experience. It's normal to compare notes. And she also said to you, your husband is right, though. You do need to advocate for yourself always and do not let the doctors talk you down.
Yeah, I'm terrible at that. I get so, I don't even know. Like, I just get, like, backed into a corner. I feel like, in my mind, I go into something, they know everything, and I don't know anything, and...
Yeah. And then Crystal says, I saw my skin flap on the table, and then I realized I cut myself. Had to get hubby to bring me in because I couldn't get it to stop at home. Ew. Ouch.
That's right. Yeah. Was it a fresh blade? Mine was a brand new fresh blade, and that was one of the things I was grateful for because I had just gotten a new rotary cutter for my paper piecing, and when I cut it, I didn't even feel it. But if I would have been using my fabric rotary cutter, I'm sure I would have felt that, and that would not have been very fun.
She said yes.
Oh my gosh. Well, at least it was fresh. Melissa said, you are going to have to learn for yourself and for your kids. You know, I definitely agree. It's weird because I feel like I'm so much better at advocating for my kids than I am for myself. I just don't know what it is, but I can like mama bear any day. But when it comes to me, like I need that extra push from, Austin. I never would have mentioned. I just don't know what it is. I don't really like to go to the doctor. I don't normally go unless something's really, really wrong. So maybe I just have that level of just being uncomfortable already, so it makes it a little bit harder. For me, Barb says, I have to run, ladies. Thanks for the fun tonight and all of the tips. Good night. Good night, Barb.
Good night, Barb.
Have a great night. Get some sleep. It's 11:10 over here. I'm gonna probably finish up this block and then
Luckily, we're
maybe
both in the same time zone.
Yeah, I know. That's true. Usually I like to get in bed by like 10. Like that's always like my milestone. If I get to 10, then I can like go to bed. But I'm a night owl and I always go over. But I'm always tired at like 8. Like if I would lay down, I would never fall asleep. I can't fall asleep at all. So might
I'm
as
the
well
same
stay up.
way. I'm exhausted and it's 7:30 at night. I still can't fall asleep.
It's terrible.
Not even with the puppies. That's how bad it is. So my husband usually works days. The sucky part is I'm by myself at night right now.
Aww.
His job offered him some extra money and to work nights till his birthday. And so it was just, okay, we'll take the money and use it because we have a cruise coming up in May.
Yeah.
And so until his birthday, and then he'll go back on days and I'll be much happier.
I've gotten used to, so Austin, he takes Louise, so I'll take her up at like 7:30 or 8, and I'll lay down with her and I'll feed her and I'll get her to sleep. And then he likes to play video games, so he'll come up and get her and then take her down to the living room. And he'll play video games with her in the recliner while she sleeps. And I'll come down here and sew. And then usually by the time I get back up there, it's not too long. So I don't even bother falling asleep because she wants to eat again. And it's not that she's like hungry. I'm sure it's just for comfort now because she doesn't take a pacifier. So she will come back up and sometimes he'll take her back down after she's done eating. Well, most of the time he will because he wants to let me sleep. And he can sleep like anywhere. It takes me like 4 hours to fall asleep, and it's really hard for me to fall asleep with her like attached to me. These are like first world problems, You'd think that we would stop co-sleeping at some point, but
yeah,
the problem persists. It's not a problem. It's just like we want to get to the point where she's sleeping by herself, but we're also like not ready to let go. Like she's our last child, and I don't know. I think we're just suckers because we're never going to stop.
Oh, I can't have any more due to some issues. I had a 10-centimeter cyst on my ovary.
Oh my goodness.
And it was twisting it.
Oh, wow.
So we had to take that one out so that I kept the other one. It was either keep the other ovary or take pills. I'm like, I'm not taking pills. I won't remember it. The only thing I'll remember is to take my pain meds because I hurt. It shows me. But
yeah,
it was just hard because we talked about having more kids.
Yeah.
But there was no way to do it if I keep having the cyst on the way.
My husband he wanted 2 kids. And I nagged the heck out of him for Louise. He didn't really want to have any more. I don't even know. I'm sorry that you can't have another one. That's a lot. It's really hard.
Luckily we adopted animals, so they're my babies now.
Yeah.
I go sleep with them when I'm literally. I would have, so I have a 5-year-old puppy who's going to be 6. I have a 4-year-old puppy that's going to be, 5 in November, and I have a 3, 5, 4, a 3-year-old puppy who does not like thunder or loud noises.
Oh.
He's technically daddy's baby, but when it comes to thunder and storm, he's mommy's baby. He'll crawl up in my lap and he'll be shaking and all. Halo, I do about almost anything. I do what Beth does, and I take pictures. I'll literally, to be honest, Beth, I take when I find something on Pinterest I want to make, instead of buying the pattern, I just make it.
I've done that as well. Or,
That's this one I did.
Oh, that's really pretty. I feel like stuff like with that, though. I mean, when I mentioned earlier that when I started quilting, I didn't follow patterns. And so I just I would just do whatever came to mind, or I would see something like what you just said and be like, oh, I see half square triangles, and then go for it. I feel like a lot of people can do that.
So I was making my bar jello quilt. Oh, and I forgot to say hi, Kathy, if you're still here. Kathy Quilts was here. If I can wait. Here you go.
This is what I'm working on right here. You probably know what foundation paper piecing is. It's just shortened.
We got 2 people telling her. So here's my jello quilt. I bought the fat quarters from Walmart,
Ooh,
2 of them.
That.
And I was like, what am I going to do with them?
I love that so much. Those colors are so cute. I really do love that.
So I have this one. And it's from a block swap I did with Quilter's Coffee Corner, which I can't get back in there because I had to get a new Facebook last year. Someone hacked in mine and got it completely gone and did bad stuff on it. So I had to make a new one. And then, so here's the quilt blocks I did. It's Christmas fabric.
That's so cute.
I was going to do it as a present with the bow on top, but then I was like, nah, I just put it together with all the colors on already.
So cute.
This is one of my oldest UFOs from 3 years ago. And I figured I'd pull it out. I'd take these 2 fabric as borders with it.
Oh, yeah. That's so cute. I love that.
I love these things, by the way, Beth. My lifesaver. They hold my fabric on the boat from if I buy yardage. So that's how they.
Oh, yeah. Are they the comic board?
Yeah, they're the comic boards.
That's what I use too.
I noticed that these particular ones, I got them off of Facebook Marketplace. Someone was selling them.
Score.
I got a big paper, those where you can buy a bulk of paper, copy paper?
Uh-huh.
I had a box full of those. I bought the whole thing.
Amazing.
And so now I have a little, big, not little, it's a big whisker chest full of these, of different fabric.
Score. I love things on Facebook Market.
I keep looking, though. Huh?
Halo says red small border and white large, or vice versa.
I like the idea. I was going to do white small and then red big, so it looks more like a Christmassy.
That's so cute. I love Christmas quilts. They're one of my favorites. Like, I like kid quilts and I love Christmas quilts. I think that out of all of those, that Bargello, however you say that, I
Jello.
absolutely, that is beautiful.
Thank you.
The fabrics and colors that you chose, so pretty.
It just came in a fat quarter bundle. I was gonna use them to make hexes, to sew them together, like to make the flower, the grandmother's flower. But then I'm like, I don't know what I did with the stuff. I have a bad feeling I accidentally threw it out. Oops. Melissa wants to know what the green fabric you're using.
Oh, I am using Phosphor by Libs Elliott. So here's like a bundle of it, and there's 12 colors. And I had to get actually, so I got 2 bundles because it says that it's a fat quarter per wedge, like per color, and I'm doing it twice. So I'm going to go 1 through 12 and then start 1 through 12 again. So it's going to be like split, the circle is. But I started cutting it, and I don't know. I'm just not getting a quarter yard covering each wedge. I'm not maybe doing the most precise cutting, so I had to get another one. So I'll have a lot of scraps of this after to kind of use for other things. But yes, this is Phosphor by Libs Elliott, and the white fabric that I'm using is Beguiled. And so all of the colors are in that fabric. It's really pretty. I think you've been on. I showed you so far what I have on that color wheel quilt. I might have to be on here a lot more because I have a lot more to go.
She says thank you.
A little each day. You're welcome. This is the first Libs Elliott fabric that I have purchased and used. But Yvette was using it on her Judy Niemeyer quilt. It looked really pretty.
You know, with us doing all these lives and Zooms and texting, Beth, we need to eventually meet up.
Yes, we do. That'd be cool. I would love to do that. We could even do like a class at KC Makers together.
Yeah, I would love to do that. She even was trying to invite me to do classes there too.
She's got a collage quilting class coming up in July, and I really would love to learn how to do that.
I will have to look that up because I gotta make sure it's not on July 30th.
Oh.
Because that's my birthday, I get on the boat.
Yay!
If we get to go. Depending on the world.
Yeah, well, it seems like everything's kind of slowing back down. So, like in a good way. Like there's kind of been a return of normalcy.
Yeah.
Obviously not exactly how it used to be, but it's better.
Oh, and Beth, you should get one of these.
Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness. Is that
Robert Kaufman Kona fabric.
I just don't use a lot of solids. I don't know. I'm getting into using solids more. I just don't get a lot of solids. And when I do, I go to Joann and get the Kona or
that's Kona.
Kona. What's
Classic.
the other one that they have? Classic and then country something.
The Quilters Showcase.
Yes. So I don't know. I don't get solids a lot unless it's a custom quilt and I need it for like binding or border or something like that. I will do it. For like personal quilting, I love using prints and like low volumes.
Excuse me.
But I just need to get better at using solids. I don't know why. I don't know. I seriously, I don't not like them. I just never grab them when I'm at the store because I'm so busy being distracted by all the Tula and you know all that stuff. But then there is a point where you're like, oh, I wish I had a solid for this, and you don't have it.
Really? So you know how your machine would sometimes suck the fabric in?
Mm-hmm.
Mine will leave a thread and pull it in.
Oh gosh. Yeah. It's not fun. Especially when it's paper twisting, because you're like, great, my paper's gonna rip.
Yeah. I do need to get back into that elephant and try to get that finished.
That's gonna look amazing. Do you have like an edge to edge that you're thinking of for quilting it, or
not quite yet? I don't know if I want to do edge to edge or if I want to do some of my own designs into it, because this is for my niece. So technically, biologically, she's not my niece. Her and her brother are not my niece's nephew. But here's the funny story. Her mom and I have been best friends for 32 years.
Oh, wow.
We grew up together. We were born 3 weeks apart.
That's so cool.
Yeah. So both of us don't have siblings. I have a sibling now, but before that, it was, we're going to be aunts to each other's kids because she doesn't have any siblings.
That's so sweet, though.
Yeah.
Are your kids close?
Not in age, though.
But like in relationship?
The girls are really close.
That's
Isabella
sweet.
and my niece. So Isabella's 9, my niece is 6. And they are like best friends in the world. And there's sometimes they do not want the little man to be involved. He likes to pull out all the toys and not put them back sometimes. But they're just very close. And then this summer I'm also going to be sailing with my husband, and we also have a pontoon boat.
Oh, nice.
And one of my parents are going to teach me how to drive it.
Pontoon.
Huh?
Singing that song, that pontoon song. On the pontoon.
I think Halo has something for you. Beth, I don't use them often either. Just every now and again. It's just isn't your thing. Use that leader ender to stop the pull.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. So I don't use pins anymore.
I don't either.
No, she said on my long arm.
Oh, really?
I based straight onto here. These are my zipper leaders.
I watched a video about it.
Sorry, guys.
Making waves and catching
now I got Beth going. And Melissa.
Jumping off the back, don't act like you don't want to. Party in slow motion.
So on the leaders, it's an option to pen or like literally. I take my little sewing machine, 6 inches of basting stitch, and I'll baste the backing on it. I do not attach my tops to the other bar because it tends to pull on the quilt.
Mine's it doesn't roll. So
do you not?
So yeah, I understand. Halo is saying, so like if you're piecing, like if you start chain piecing, a lot of people will cut like a little square and they'll put it at the beginning just to get like your threads going, so there's not that pull, and that way you don't have a clump of threads starting the first piece. So I understand that makes sense. And then I think you're talking about the leader for the long arm.
I had rulers falling and it knocked my camera over.
Oh no! So my frame though, if you're talking about now that you're talking about leaders for your long arm, it doesn't roll. So I have to like lay it on the bar and then put my clamps on. So I've been watching a lot of videos and I don't know, I just need to do a lot more research, but I feel like you have to have it basted prior to doing it. Or maybe you could like baste it while it's on and just do that stitch, but you have to like have the quilt sandwich put together. Like for you do
I
like
will.
one, you have to roll it on and everything. This is like you're just laying it and then clamping it down. So I feel like it
I've
already has
never
to be
seen that
finished.
before.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a video. Maybe next time we go live. Maybe once I get a little bit more progress on this one, I'll show you what I'm talking about because it's not a roller.
Yeah.
Beth, try Leah Day. I do believe she had a frame like yours and did videos for it. I will
Yes.
definitely be doing that. I will. Thank you
You
for that.
set it up so that your leaders and enders are cut. You will use later 2.5-inch square ones. Okay.
Yes, I do. I have the Grace Cutie frame. I
She's
just got
asking if
it.
you have a 4-foot one.
I believe it is. Whichever one is on. I believe it's for. So I'll have to do a lot more. I was talking about. I'm not sure if you guys were on, but I played on it last night for the first time and did some free motion quilting on this.
She
But I
said she
quickly
only has the
realized,
same one.
oh really? So you're gonna have to do some videos too, so that I can learn from you. Unless you have them and I just haven't seen them, because I need all the help. Tell me, what kind of leaders do you use on yours?
She said she had some issues with hers, with the Juki having tension. So I don't know. But she wants to
Okay.
get back to doing that. So what I do is I leave. So you recognize these bins, Beth. They're from IKEA.
Yes. Yes.
What I take this bin and I'll put it up against the wall where you guys can't see it, up like behind the machine.
Mhm.
And I just throw my scraps in it.
Oh, that's nice. That's a good
Before
idea.
that, you're gonna laugh at me, and I know everybody's gonna laugh because I used an 11-gallon trash can, filled it full in 1 year.
Oh my goodness.
Well, I didn't know what to do because I didn't know how to set my shop up
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
because with this big old beast here, just doesn't want to. So a couple nights ago, it didn't want to cooperate with me. It ended up with tension problems. I like that idea, Halo. I'm actually considering doing that. I just haven't got there yet. I have a little drawer over there for crumb piecing. But I
We're
do
gonna have
want
to learn.
to.
Oh, sorry.
I do want to get those basket things you have
They're awesome.
because over on the other side, like where I'm at here,
Yeah.
on that side, I don't have a chair to put on there, and because of the long
Mhm.
arm is going to be right up against it, I think I could just put them right underneath there.
Yeah. And then you could just be able to reach everything.
Yeah, or I can put them underneath the long arm. I have if I can say it right, hydraulic lift on my machine.
Oh, nice.
So that if I want a free motion, because I try to at least make it right up to here. They always say to
Yeah.
put right here so that you're not bending and hurting yourself. And so, but I do have a set date for lives now.
Oh, you do?
Yes, Thursdays.
What did you decide? Thursdays?
Yep. And I'm hoping if my YouTube grows and my TikTok is growing, I know it's growing like crazy. If it keeps growing, I'm looking into getting a second camera.
That's nice. That's exciting. I'm
Because
very happy.
I want to be able
TikTok.
to have two to like show the iron board and all that. And Teresa Louise loves my wall and my iron board. That's a homemade iron board.
Oh, cool.
I took a plywood. It's usually about this thick. Can't remember what it was. But Donna Jordan's husband, Matt, built her iron board. And I cut it big enough to fit on my old cutting table, which was huge. So my old cutting table took out right about here. So I was like, and then my husband was like, are you going to sell it or are you going to keep it? And I'm like, I'm going to keep it and put it downstairs and use it for my vinyl stuff.
Oh, cool.
Because why not? I can put all my vinyl in the cabinets.
Do you have a Cricut then?
I have a Cameo.
Do you do that a lot as well?
I'm trying to get back into doing some t-shirts and stuff. I haven't got there very much. So
I have a Cricut and I've done maybe 2 things with it. I did a postcard swap with it and I like cut out the letters and did like a little Valentine's Day card that said have a very sweet Valentine's Day. Let's see. Erica Selman, I think that's the right name. She puts bigger scraps on the plastic from her heat and bond. I've seen people put the scraps onto adding machine tape. I've seen that as well. That is really cool. Or do like I do, just piece scraps together and sew them into bigger pieces until you get a block. That's what I do. Practically creative. Keep building till I have a block. Halo and the practical part of me uses those crazy blocks into quilts eventually. I love that idea. I need to do better at that. I think now, once I get the IKEA ones that we were talking about, they're kind of overflowing. So maybe I'll like keep the bigger pieces for my paper piecing and like fold them up nicely. And then like the random stuff like this that maybe I won't use, I can sew together with that.
So if you do that, you could get, I'll show you 2 sizes. One of these.
Yeah.
I got these at Costco. Funny thing is, I have Costco. And they had 6 of them in one bundle.
Hey, that's pretty nice.
So
6.
And you could put all your big pieces in it and set it somewhere else so you have them away from dust and all.
Oh, that's a really good idea.
Because that's what I did with these scraps. I ended up putting them in totes.
Yeah,
I didn't do a lot of cutting. I had a machine do it, not the Cameo.
I would take you over to my armoire and show you my other stuff that I've got going on in there, but it is embarrassing how much hoarding is going on in my sewing.
So do I embarrass me? Oh my hair. Cake's falling on me. So I'm going to show you one other thing. If it wasn't so heavy. It's an Aki.
What is that?
It cuts my fabric.
Oh, cool. Do you like that?
I love it.
Do you use it a lot?
I should, but I haven't because some of the patterns I do not have a die for.
Mm-hmm. Those are expensive too to get dyes.
It was a surprise anniversary present.
That's so sweet. See, our men know what we like.
So like these, I'll just sew them under there. So, do you watch Tiffany's Quilting Life?
Yes, I do.
You notice that she takes her other half of her corners of her triangles, or half square triangles, and saves them.
Yes.
And
I
then
never
sew
would have
them all
thought.
up and make another quilt.
Cannot wait to get to know you better. You sound very creative, hence the name, right?
Hey,
I mean,
Halo's
she's thought,
talking to
yeah.
Melissa.
So if I'm wanting to do a project, then could I ask someone to tell me if I'm doing it right? Yeah.
I want to learn how to use my Cameo for some fabric shapes that I don't have to cut curves. So if I'm wanting to do a project, then I can ask someone to tell me if I'm doing it right.
We can definitely help.
Yeah. You just gotta post. Also, while we're at it, which I need to also tell you, I know Melissa found my business page on Facebook, and I invited her to my group. So I have a group on Facebook called Pieces, Love, and Quilting. There's two separate ones. One's a page, one's a group. And Melissa, you are a administrator on there to let people in. I just need help figuring out with questions. It was expensive, Melissa, and now I want to try and see. I used to have a Cricut. Don't you? I had problems with it though. They kept updating the software every day. Have you had that problem? I'm talking to you, Beth.
Oh, me? The
Yeah.
software for Cricut?
Yeah, because they kept updating everything.
It could. I seriously haven't been
Hated it.
on it a lot to check. I kind of want to do the thing. My friend says that she will get the membership to be in the design space and then she'll cancel it. So you're not like constantly charged and you can just reapply for when you're doing projects. I have not done a lot on my Cricut and I feel really sad because it's just sitting there like
You have
all
the
alone.
maker, if I'm right.
Huh? Yes, I
From the
do.
tail of it, I could see.
Yes, I got the maker because I wanted to be able to cut fabric and do like special shapes for applique. I thought
Yeah.
that'd be really cool. So I thought I would just get the maker because I'm going to use it with my quilting and the I know you could rig the Explorer with freezer paper and cut fabric that way, like you bond it to something, but I just figured I'd just get the maker and do that.
Melissa, if you don't like Cricut design space, I will tell you right now, you will love Cameo software. Because you don't have to pay for it.
Yeah, and I just don't understand. Like it's such an expensive machine and they want to charge you to use it. That's frustrating. But
Crystal, if you want, you can email me at pieces.love@quilting@gmail.com, or I'll type it in for you guys, unless Melissa can do that for me. I can help you with that, or Melissa or Beth, but we'll be able to help you. The sucky part having the she shed, by the way, Beth, is the ground keeps sinking. So my one end of the building we have to fix. So it's messing with my doors. So that's French
no.
doors right there. Those doors right here
Yeah.
are French doors. And I had a mosquito on my head out of nowhere.
I wasn't going to say anything, but I just saw something fly around in here too. I hate flying things. Besides
Yeah.
birds. If you're not a bird, get out of the air, Like insects, go away. I am not a huge summer person because one, I'm pale. I sunburn like no other, even with sunscreen.
Okay.
And then
Please
flying.
post the
flying.
link for my page.
Ah!
Because she's not a moderator on your side.
Oh no. But I'm not a huge summer person. I like spring and fall.
I'm with you on that.
The in-betweens.
Give me a second. I can't see you because I'm on another page.
Oh, you're fine.
Copy.
I'm actually quite happy with the progress I've made tonight. I'm almost
You
done.
made a lot more than I have.
I really need to get this done. I get so stressed out with deadlines. I have till the end of the month. And this month just started, so you'd think I'd be like chill about it, but nope.
I'm going to send you something in the email or in Facebook Messenger.
Me?
Yeah, you. Because I can't post on your side since I'm not a moderator.
Oh, okay. Let me open this up. Get on the Facebook.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's not acting silly because maybe it could have been. Nope, it must have been that third-party site.
Yeah.
Here we go. Share. Share. Copy link. And paste. There you go.
I posted on my side and I figured you could post it on yours.
Yes.
And then we're not doing lives together. I just figured to let some people like Melissa and Kathy, Teresa, you, and Sean are my moderators. On my side. I gotta figure this out. 1, 2. Okay. That's a pain in the butt. Well, because okay. This is 1, 8, 6, 4, 2. 3, 5, and 7 is this.
What?
Yeah, I think I wish I'd get the pattern from Melissa. But I used to love it. I just need to figure it all out again.
I was going to tell Crystal, it might not help with the specific question that you're asking right now, but if you have an iPhone, I'm not sure if it's in Google, look up quilting calculator, and it, like I said, it might not help you decide, but it might, if you figure out the size of the block, you can plug it in and see like your whole fabric requirements. So I recommend this app. Just look up quilting calculator.
Mm-hmm.
It is amazing. I use it every single time for my binding. So I just go into binding and then I put in like the width of strips I want to use and then the measurement for my quilt. But there's stuff to like figure out how much backing fabric you need, how much, fabric you need to piece whatever size block that you need for your quilt. So that might not help the question that you're asking right now. Once you figure out the size block for your Irish chain, then you can go into that app, plug it in, and then figure out how much fabric you need for your quilt. So that if you don't have that, I highly recommend that app. Does all the math for you.
Yeah.
The only math I can do is related to quilting without issues is figuring binding. LOL. I can't. I'm already like, my mental space is spent. By the time I get to binding, I'm like, I'm going to plug it in and not have to think. Just do it.
So all I do is measure I use this Fons and Porter.
Excuse me.
120 inches tape. Because literally it goes. That's how long.
I don't know if mine's Fons and Porter. Let's see.
So
I have one too.
It's fun to play with it, but not realizing, you could break it.
And then you click the button.
So this is my second look. so far.
Oh, I love it. That's so cute. Is that a personal quilt? Will you be keeping that one for yourself?
Yes.
Good. Because we need to keep some of our quilts. And
Yeah.
you're making one for your niece and the butterfly one for your daughter. That's going to be a really
That
nice
one
quilt.
has been planned for a long time. And then I have several others I'd like to get made. So I started getting into looking at eBay. eBay has a where you can find antique quilt blocks or quilt tops. So I thought if I
What?
buy them and then bind them and sell them back out,
That's really cool.
or piece them all together, or figure out all that.
That makes me think of something. Hold on. Hold on. I have something to show and tell. You've been showing so many things, and I'm like, I don't have anything. But you made me think of something. Hold on.
Melissa, I'm still trying to organize my space, and I could organize. So here's a funny story, Melissa. If I go to someone else's house, I can organize it for them. But if it's my house or my studio space, I can't do it. That is the reason why it's still a mess. And I have way too many machines.
Hey,
I have a
you
serger.
can never have too many machines.
I have a serger from it's like the car. Toyota. Have you heard of that brand of a car?
Yeah, Toyota.
That's what the machine is called. Then I have a
Oh,
Quattro.
really?
Yeah. I have a
I didn't
Quattro
know they
2.
made sewing machines.
It's an old one. I have a Quattro
That's
2.
really
And then I have another Bernina 770. And I have this Bernina 770. And then a Q24. So I'm like filling up, and my husband's wanting to build me a bigger shop.
All right. Well, you were saying, well, I have that same problem in the office over there. My husband works in there. It's like a storage room too. I think I have 5 machines in there. I have the first one that he got me that I don't sew anymore. It's a Brother like CSI something
Yeah.
that started skipping, like hopping a lot. I think it might have been my walking foot because I was not walking with it. I was sprinting. So that might have been the problem. But then I had a Singer, and it fell through a vintage table. So I like attached it into a vintage table, and it fell through twice. I'm not sure if the table was that secure, but it scared the heck out of me because one time I was sewing, and it fell through while I was sewing with my project still attached to it. And it was actually a commissioned quilt, and I was like, please don't rip this quilt, please don't. And so those are 2. And then my husband's aunt gave me her old one that she doesn't use. And then my husband's Meemaw gave me one that she doesn't use. And then, yeah, so I think I have 4 or 5 in there. And then I have my Juki on my table and my Singer Quantum over here.
I have an antique Singer in the garage that I'm going to turn into a lamp because it doesn't work.
Oh, that'll be really cool.
Yeah.
I love that idea.
Well,
Yes,
I
you walking
actually
up
want to
and
put shelves up on the wall so that, like, either to put out my fabric on the bolts so they could see
yeah.
them.
Well, maybe I'll gather the courage to show you guys my situation over there. I'm not sure if I want to make a video about it and share it on YouTube because honestly, it might look a little bit better if I can edit a little bit.
Yeah.
But this is what I grabbed because you were talking about finding quilts or whatever. So I went to a D-Stash garage sale this summer and found this quilt. I did not piece this, so but hold on.
You're trying
I
to
got it
quote
for
it.
like a couple bucks.
Ooh, that's pretty.
She did all applique and then a little bit of quilting. She quilted around the flowers, obviously, and then on these bottom layers, she did like some leaves. You can't really tell, but there's like leaves quilted in, and
Yeah.
then the back is polka dots. But
That's
I thought it
pretty.
was super cute, and I thought that I could just square it up, finish quilting it. I need to spray some spray based on it because it's kind of falling apart, but because it's not completely quilted. But
Yeah.
I thought that I could finish quilting it, square it up, and bind it, and then give it to my daughter, or like put it online, or maybe even donate it. Would be pretty cool.
That would be pretty cool. Let me see my
But I
EP.
thought it was super cute, and I think applique is adorable. And she was just getting rid of it, so I was
Yeah.
like, I'll take it.
No, I just got into the idea of it, and I'm like, why not? People are gonna love completed quilts.
Yeah.
Trying to see
I
if I
told
can
myself
pull up a picture.
I told myself that I would not buy any fabric that wouldn't fit into that armoire. And I have been testing the capacity of that armoire. He said, it still fits. You can still fit some in there.
Yeah. So right here. So in here is my cochlear implant magnet. So
Oh, wow.
it was making my head itch. So it can pull it off and put it on.
Oh, wow. That's
So
really cool.
that was one of them I bought.
Oh, wow. That's beautiful.
I figured I'd try to buy them and finish them. So
Yeah. Give them life.
here you go. Here's a flower on it.
That's so pretty. And those are on eBay? How much?
Yeah.
How much
You
do
type
those go
in
for?
antique fabric. I bought this for $10.
Hey, that's not bad at all.
No. So I figured I'd get some blocks that I can put new fabric and make it all pretty and quilt it. So I was gonna. So I bought something and then I had to get a refund because it wasn't getting shipped. We don't know what was going on. And I couldn't figure out why I wasn't getting my quilt for over 2 weeks. Hadn't heard anything, nothing. And I really loved this quilt.
Oh my goodness. Is that a log cabin?
Uh-huh.
Beautiful. That's
Yeah.
so pretty.
I was like, why am I not getting, like I sent the seller a message, what's going on, asking, hey, is something wrong? Do I need, no, he never responded. And then he didn't respond to eBay's email. So
Did
I
they
don't
try and
know.
scam you?
So I figured, well, I'm just going to get my
Hopefully
money
it's
back
not a
and go
scam.
buy a different one.
Yeah, hopefully it's not a scam.
Yeah. Well, eBay made sure I got my money back for me.
They're really good about that, I've heard. That and PayPal have like good
Oh,
like
PayPal pissed me off last time. When my cat account got hacked, they charged me. And I didn't do it. And I let them know that my Facebook account was hacked. So the pretty cool thing was I had it attached to my Varo card. I contacted Varo and I said, hey, here's what's going on. My Facebook account was hacked. And this is not my charge. I didn't do this charge.
yeah.
And they were like, okay, we'll get you your money back. That same night after I reported it, I had it back in my account. They charged me $30. And I'm like, no, this isn't right. So
It was funny. We had a scare recently because we got like this random charge, and it was something like an international charge of like 10 cents or something. And so my husband came up and he was like, "Did you buy something from like overseas or something?" I'm like, "No." And so we thought that maybe someone had hacked our account and was just making like a small transaction to see if it would go through before doing something big. So we like panicked and we're like, "Call the bank and lock the accounts or whatever." And then we figured it out because we called, and it was an international fee tacked on to like I had bought a pattern from someone in New Zealand,
oh,
and it was like a separate fee or whatever. You'd think that it would be like in the whole transaction, but it came through later, and yeah, we were so scared because that stuff is just terrible.
yeah.
Scammers suck.
Thank you,
Like
Halo.
nobody
And it looks
better.
like they're having their own conversation now.
I love that.
Melissa, what time is it in Florida? So there you go. Here's one butterfly.
Oh, beautiful. That is seriously so pretty.
Okay. So
So pretty.
my daughter's school, they do a fundraiser every year around October, November. And it's 1 a.m. in Florida. So where was it? They run a fundraiser to raise money to fix the school. So every year, kindergartners do quilts.
Oh, wow.
I make the squares for them into where they could draw their pictures with fabric markers. And then I pick the fabric to go around it and quilted it and all.
Oh, cool.
Every
That's
year
really
I get asked to make the quilts.
That is so fun. It's
Yeah.
kind of nice to have, the special skill and like do something like that, you know?
Teresa's still up. Crystal making it challenging for everybody. I hope you get your answers that you needed, Crystal. But recently, a couple months, actually last month, I got an email, which is half my old boss and half my daughter's principal, because I had to work last year. They asked me to come in and work because they were short on staff. I was just a temporary hold support staff. And Crystal, if you still need help, email me or find me on Facebook under Courtney Stubbins, and I will help you. I think for us, it's just now 12. But recently, the principal was like emailing the high school person who organized the Trinity Catholic high school, needed someone to do quilts. And they pulled me in the email saying, "This is the person that does ours," out of nowhere.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Tracy says, I'm a night owl. I like the quiet and solitude.
I'm a night owl too, Tracy.
I'm like, if I could fall asleep instantly, I would definitely sleep. I'm a night owl until the morning comes, and then I'm mad at myself because it's like, man, I should have gone to bed, but I know that I wouldn't be able to fall asleep.
Yeah.
And plus, like with small kids, I feel like the only like personal time I get is when everyone's asleep. At least when they're asleep. My husband does a really good job at helping and letting me get some time to sew, but it's not the same.
Yes, you did. You, as I was falling asleep last night, so I have problems, and Melissa knows this. I have fibromyalgia, and it sucks. But also, I was going to sleep. Out of nowhere, I get my legs jerk me awake.
Oh wow.
I don't know why, but it happens every time I fall asleep.
Well, that's scary.
It's just like the problems I have with permanent damage in my left thigh. Or not left, the right. Which is doing it to the left.
Do you think
So
it's just felt the nerve damage?
the right one
Did
is
you hit?
permanently damaged because it took me 1.5 years to get someone to listen to me.
Ugh.
Luckily, I went to my primary and she said, I'm going to send you here to get it fixed. They sent me to pain management. They did shots in my spine, which I don't like. I don't like needles touching me. But we had to test everything to see if it was going to help. We did it twice, and then that's when we decided to do the surgery.
Mm.
And now I still have pain. I want it to be gone. No, because I'm on a lot of other meds as well, besides my pain meds. I take Lyrica, but I can try it. I just gotta make sure it doesn't interact with Lyrica. She was asking if I take supplements of, I don't know what that word means, in B12 and ginger. I'm always,
Turmeric, I've heard has some good side effects or good benefits.
well, also, when doing the lives, I was afraid of not saying the words right, but everybody understood what I was meaning.
Yeah.
So now I'm like, okay, if I can't say it, I know what you guys are meaning. Because I was afraid I was going to get laughed at. I was always laughed at when I was a kid and bullied at. So
That is terrible.
I would always, it was so bad that I didn't want to go to school.
Ugh.
And if I wanted to be in school, I didn't want my hearing aids.
That's really sad. I'm sorry that was your experience with. People just kind of suck sometimes.
But as of looking back, it was more there was something wrong with them than me.
Yeah. You never know.
I will get on that, Teresa. Thank you. Because I'm also taking Lyrica for it as well.
My mom was bullied a lot. I was made fun of in middle school and high school, but not to the point where I didn't want to go to school. I just, I don't know. I loved going to school. I just didn't like any of the people there.
Thank you, Halo.
Kids are really mean.
Well, the other one is gabapentin, Melissa, and I can't take gabapentin. I get sick off of it. Even if I eat food. Yeah. I still get a problem. But nowadays, and you'll notice at the end of some of the videos that I say be unique, be creative, be yourself, because as doing these lives and videos and know that they want to have realistic life. And like I'm now embracing my hair, and that means the world to know that with all my followers knowing, hey, this is what I have, it's something I live with.
Yeah. I think I heard someone word it the other day. Something about like your people will find you. You know? Like the people that love you and support you, the people that you want to be in your corner, they will find you. So if you just keep being yourself, like on YouTube and, you know, whatever, don't worry about anything else because there are good people out there and they will find you. And
Yeah.
they'll
And then
be
I found Melissa and Kathy, and we were able to do a Zoom live together, and Stephanie, and it means the world. While I have everybody, including Teresa, if you see Wolf Phoenix 12, that is my kiddo. She likes to comment on my videos. She's in the thing of wolves. The stage of her, everything has to be wolves. Nothing else. No bunnies, it has to be wolves.
She says, I don't know how to be anyone except myself, and I'm too old to care. That is so true, Beth.
Yeah.
I feel like in my videos, I might come off very differently because I feel like there's not a lot of room for me to like interject my personality. But I really like going on lives because I feel like it lets people know I'm not a robot. Because I do feel like when I get on my video and I start recording, I have like a structure or like a format that I'm following, and I'm like, so I am working on my work in project. Let me show you. And I just like don't have any like I feel like I'm getting more comfortable to the point where my personality is coming out.
Yeah.
But yeah, also part of me being myself is I curse a lot, so that needs to be filtered, especially being online. And I curse a lot while I'm sewing, so that's the only part of me that you're not seeing is
Yeah.
my potty mouth. I do think that I was on a live the other night with my friend Heather on Instagram, and you had hopped on, and I said the S word when I was doing something with putting
I just
my mood. And I was like, shit. And I was like, no, I said a bad word online. I'm going to hell. And so, yeah, I like going on lives because I feel like you can just really get a better sense of someone and get to know them, you know? It's so hard to get that from a video.
I'm sorry, Teresa. I hope it gets better for you. She has a headache.
No. Drink a lot of water. Tons of water. That doesn't help now, but it should help.
Yeah. Well,
I'm
our
to the point
weather
where
was weird. I don't know how bad yours was up there, but we got so dark down here.
weather today?
The sky was really dark this afternoon. I thought it
Yeah,
was
I was out.
warm.
Yeah, I was outside with the kids on the trampoline. We were playing, trying to get their wiggles out. And it looked like it was going to rain. So I was like, Austin, is it going to rain? He's like, yeah. And I asked the Alexa Google thing if it was going to, and it said it was going to do it at 6. So we went out, and I was like, okay, we've got like an hour and a half to play, guys. Let's do it. And I felt like one sprinkle the whole time, but the sky looked like doom.
Yeah.
It was like, I'm going to thunder and lightning, and it didn't, which was very disappointing. I love storms.
Sorry, Teresa commented. She said, just teasing about something.
She said, I have watched a few of yours, Beth, and I have a potty mouth.
Yeah.
I worked in a prison years ago. Curse words were almost required. That's hilarious. Crystal, you can copy and paste your phone or computer. I'm Courtney.
Crystal says, I'm her headache. Now you got me laughing. So when I was little, I don't know how many of you know, I believe Melissa and Teresa will probably remember. I don't know if anybody else. My mom had this lamp that clap. My kiddo, actually me, my giggles would turn the lamp on.
Oh my gosh.
And my mom would tell me stories that we had this lamp and you would turn it on by laughing and giggling.
That's funny.
The other day, I had my daughter in here, and it was Thursday or Friday. I can't remember. But she was sitting in here, and I didn't say anything. I didn't say Alexa. All of a sudden, Alexa started talking to me.
That's the
I don't know
creepiest
what.
thing. That is so creepy.
Yeah. So I just unplugged her for every while, so I know that if someone says Alexa, it won't turn on.
I have a creepy one for you. Are you ready?
What?
I hope I didn't sew this wrong. RB. RD. No.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Hold on. Sorry. I'm going to tell you a story, but I think I sewed something wrong.
You're fine.
RD. It's hard because some of these aren't working, or they aren't. Yep. I have to seam rip. No. Okay. So, while I'm spinning 1,000 years seam ripping, paper piecing stitches, that I literally just ripped out the paper for too. So my friend on Instagram, she has 2 sons, and one of her sons' name is Casper. And we were just talking in the chat about that, and she had made a really cute ghost quilt for him. And then I get on Hulu, and one of the recommended things for me to watch is the Casper, like the Friendly Ghost movie. I swear. Man, I'm so frustrated. I hate having to seam rip everything.
Melissa, I only have it so it could play music and I don't have to mess with the computers all day long in the shop. By the way, it's a 10 by 20. Beth.
Huh?
This is a 10 by 20 shop.
Oh my goodness. I have a small area, but I have a little bit of flexibility. Oh, I am so frustrated. I hate having to do this.
Oh, Teresa Louise says, I'm headed to bed. Have a great night, everyone. I hope you're able to sleep sometime.
Well, I was gonna maybe go to bed after I did this block, maybe piece it together to the other one I did too. But now I'm seam ripping. I thought it was really funny because when I did the live the other day with Sean and I asked him what his favorite notion was, he pulled out his seam ripper. It is not my favorite.
So, I didn't make this. My brother-in-law made this. So it has Sola and a seam ripper on it.
That's so cute. That is so cute. I love that.
He makes them all day long.
I might have to buy one.
Good night, Sandy. I can see what colors he's got.
Yeah, I would love that. I use this one.
You need to remind me to mail something sometime this week. My seam ripper and I can't say it, is not from Jack. This one is from my brother-in-law. He made it. And he's got several more. So
I love that. That's really cool. I'm almost to the end.
I don't get how he does it, but it's really beautiful. He didn't have a purple one. I was a little upset for that one. Just trying to match everything purple. So this cord here is to my phone, and it's purple.
That's so cool. I'm a green. I love green. Green's my favorite color.
Tiffany's doing another test. So this is my puppy that thought Daddy was gonna drown. Beth.
Oh my goodness.
So when you can see on her head, she's got that diamond.
That's such a cute picture too. We have a Labradoodle named Buddy and a standard poodle named Newly.
We have Anna, Leia, and Mufasa. And you probably can figure out where all of those characters came from.
I think. Let's see.
And then Miss Elsa. She's a cuddle girl. So I wish that thing stopped that. Maybe I need to put it on Do Not Disturb because it keeps. That was Isabella's grades. I don't want that. Here's my big boy.
There we go. Oh my goodness.
85 pounds. He's 85 pounds. The first dog that I showed you, Anna, she's 75 pounds.
Do they sleep in the bed with you guys?
Yes.
They do?
Mm-hmm.
I grew up with boxers. Not as big as German Shepherds, but still pretty decent sized dog. And oh my goodness. Hold on here. Hold on. Okay. Wait.
Uh-oh.
No. Did I start seam ripping the wrong part? Hold on. I'm losing track.
Uh-oh.
Okay, no. We're good. I was seam ripping the wrong part. Right part.
You recognize the store.
Huh? Oh, is that
Angela?
Yeah, I have not gone there yet.
I did in my birthday.
She is only like an hour or so away from me. Did you hear the story about how my husband? Did I tell you the story about my husband's coworker and her?
No.
Okay, you're gonna love this. So my husband, he's an accountant, and he came upstairs one day. He works from home, and he had a meeting, and he came upstairs afterwards, and he's like freaking out. He's like, "Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh," and I'm like, "What? Like, what's going on? Like, what's happening?" I thought he was just joking, like just being silly, and I was like, "What are you? Whatever?" And so he told me that his coworker, they somehow got onto the topic of like his wife quilts or whatever, and Austin was like, "Oh, my wife quilts as well," and he started talking about goody goods and how I have an Instagram and YouTube and yada yada yada, and the coworker is like, "Oh, has your wife heard of the Midnight Quilter, or has she watched her?" And Austin's like, "Yeah, she has." And him being a great quilt husband, he was like, "Angela Walters," and he's like, "Yeah." And his coworker's wife is really good friends with Angela Walters and is actually in one of her videos and does like all of the behind the scenes of like picking out her fabric and quilting. And I'll send you the video that she appears in. But he's like, "Yeah, they go to like QuiltCon together, and they always are like together quilting, and I'm like, oh my gosh. I was like, please get me hooked up. I want to meet Angela Walters. And so yeah, I friended not Angela Walters, but the wife on there. And I guess so she's really good friends with Angela Walters, and my husband's coworker is really good friends with Angela Walters' husband, and they get together a lot. And I just like, he's telling me this story, and I'm like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that is so cool. So technically I have maybe a shot at meeting quilt celebrity. We'll see.
I didn't get to meet her because on my birthday she met with Tula Pink.
No.
Yeah, she did a video with Tula Pink. And I'm like,
No.
I wanted to meet them both.
I see, that's part of why I don't want to go, because I have like this subconscious hope that if I go into that store, she'll just like miraculously be there and I'll be able to meet her. And
Yeah.
I just feel like I'm setting my expectations too high.
Yeah. I have her shirt
Oh, nice.
about the wine thing.
I love her show. Like, I miss the Midnight Quilter.
So here's when my Anna was little. She literally sat on my shoulder.
Oh, those are just beautiful dogs.
Thank you. I was trying to find another baby picture of Leia.
There we go. Folks, we did some 1.4 inch stitch length seam ripping. We did it. Not fun, but I'm not sure how I did that.
This is the puppy that we used to have. My husband had. We had a Pom.
Oh, is that Chihuahua?
No, it's actually a Pomeranian.
Oh, he's
Here's
cute.
him looking like a lion.
That's so cute.
He passed away 5 weeks before our wedding.
Oh my goodness.
Ooh, I have my very first picture of my first sewing machine. Beth.
Oh, I love that.
It was an Elna 9600.
That's really cool.
We ended up trading it. I traded someone who wanted it, and I wanted it something different because I couldn't understand the software.
Yeah.
And so, yeah. Let's see if I can do. These are my mom's
The only
dogs.
thing I could think of was a sex toy, LOL. What? What did I miss here? What did I miss here? I definitely missed something.
Yeah, they were talking about the seam ripper.
That's so funny.
Here's my mom's bulldogs.
Oh my gosh, I love bulldogs. Give me all of the wrinkly faces. Oh my goodness.
The first one,
So
this
freaking
one, the
cute.
top one, his name is Brefford, named after my grandfather's last name. He passed away in 2011. And this is Midgie.
He's so cute.
We call her Midgie Pidgey Pie. And then,
like, so...
if you go into their room and you try to give her a treat, and you tell her to shake her shake your tail feather or something like that, and she will shake her tail.
That is so cute.
This is a puppy we used to have.
Aww.
She kept jumping fence and wouldn't stop.
I love dogs. Do not get me wrong. I love dogs. I just feel like maybe it's because I have like so many kids, but I grew up with dogs. Like, my parents have 4 dogs. We always had a lot of dogs, and I love them. But I feel like now that I have kids, I have no energy to like give that much love. Like I feel like I'm giving love to the kids and trying to make my husband feel loved and give attention. And by the end of the day, like I just do not have it in me to do anything else.
So practically says, in better news, I just heard another chick hatch in the incubator.
Oh my goodness!
Yay! You have to show them on our live again.
That's what I was
I'd
going
like
to
to
say.
see them. We've had 6 hatch in 3 days so far.
Oh my.
I'm waiting until you're done sewing. Halo says, FYI, my name is Angel. I'm going to have to write that down so I don't forget.
Hi, Angel.
Trust me, I do this with TikTok. While I have you all here, on Facebook, Little Glass Quilt, she takes quilt blocks and use stained glass to make them. If you guys ever want to see her progress. So one time my parents and my daughter went to a trip in Florida. And this is hilarious. My dog looked at me and said, kind of like the look, cover me up. I miss my sister.
Aww.
Here you go.
Oh my goodness. That's so cute.
Yeah. I was trying to find. Oh, that's my very first another pillow I did.
Aww.
I was trying to figure out how to make that.
Oh, that's cool.
I can't figure out how to piece it together yet.
I'm gonna have to check. I think I just heard my middle child. I think I just heard Zoe crying in her room. So let me see if she's up. She did that sleepover last night at Gigi and Pa's, so she might be confused. Let's see. I swear I heard her.
I was trying to find a picture because I don't know how many will believe me. But I gotta find it. But for our wedding, my husband painted his toe.
Painted his toe?
Nail painted.
Good night. Thanks for hanging out with us.
I was trying to find it for you, Melissa, before you go.
Once I get this done, I'm gonna have to head out too, so I can have my unfrosted strawberry Pop-Tart and a glass of water. That's so cool.
He did it for our wedding. Good night.
How sweet is that? My dad, they'll go and get pedicures before their cruises, and he always lets them do like colors on his toenails. He gets like the temperature ones that change color.
Here you go.
Oh, that's cool.
If I can get the picture to stop wiggling.
Aww. Wow, your dress was really pretty.
Thank you. I just didn't want to go crazy and too fancy. I do know I cried that day because I didn't have my grandpa who should have walked me down. But
it's an emotional day. It's like you want everyone to be there, and that's hard.
Under my bouquet is a picture of me and my grandfather.
Aww.
Can't really see it with all the flowers, but
I wore flats underneath my dress because I'm not a heel person, and in the bottom of my shoe, I had a penny that my grandpa had given my mom. And it was like it was a special penny that he had collected, so I had it at the bottom of my shoe when I walked down the aisle.
So I've been writing down all these websites that everybody keeps telling me the free pattern sites.
Oh, cool.
So that we can, and I'll type it up so that if anybody asks, I can just send it out to them. You know?
I did just see that Tilda, because I saw a really cool quilt that someone shared. I'm pretty sure Verushka from Pride and Joy Quilting shared it on her page yesterday. So on Instagram, I believe it's called Tilda, and they have a few free patterns on there that are really cute.
What was it? So I don't know how many people are for the Pride or not, but I was raised with 2 moms.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Some of my friends thought I would be like my parents. I didn't.
Yeah, I feel like everyone's an individual, and
Yeah.
I feel like everyone should just let people live their lives.
So growing up, my mom. So one's mom, one's mama, or mommy, excuse me. And so growing up with my hearing problem, we couldn't figure out why I didn't hear or talk. And so my mommy, who adopted me like 3 weeks before my wedding, told her I wanted to be. They couldn't. She couldn't legally adopt me under 18 because of it would take my other mom's custody away from her.
Oh.
And so we waited, and I was about 26 when I said, I'm not marrying my husband until you adopt me. And she cried out of nowhere. Don't forget to give a thumbs up and subscribe. I know Melissa's leaving. I don't know who else.
I did it. And I only had a seam rip one time this whole night, and it's the morning now. I'm annoyed that I have to do that. I'm surprised my Louise is not up yet, ready for the boob. She's always ready for the boob.
So what are you using to tape it down?
Just masking tape. So until I sew it on to my next pieces, I want my paper to stay in. And with the shape of this piece and just like the scale of how big it is, I find that my papers are ripping a lot. So I will use my masking tape to tape down the paper so that it doesn't shift and I get an accurate line for when I'm joining them. And also, if you're paper piecing and you have to seam rip like I just did, you'll know that that rips the paper really easily and it makes it hard to do it over. So you can tape down before you start seam ripping, tape down where you're going to be seam ripping on the paper side and seam rip, and that'll make the paper stay and you can take the thread out and you can sew over this and it doesn't gunk up your needle. I'm not sure. I have not tried washi tape. I'm sure that'll work too. I have a lot of this from basting, so I've just used that. I have some washi tape over there too. But that's just what I do. And washi tape is much prettier. I have a few rolls because I got the mystery box from Yvette. She had a lot packed in there, and I never use it. I did use it on my We Women Quilt swap blocks when I sent them out in the mail. I put some washi tape on the back of the envelope. I thought it was pretty, and it would keep it closed because I was scared they were going to fall out. But I did my green section. If I was responsible, I'd go get my other.
So my husband doesn't have a hobby or anything. So he took my place on the cruise ship, Beth, to paint.
Yeah.
If I turn the picture right. He did that.
Was it like part of a painting party?
Yeah. And
That's so fun.
he made it, but I've been trying to get it to stick to the wall. And it wouldn't. Command strips, everything.
Huh. I'm surprised command strips aren't working for you.
Yeah. And then my mom made these for Christmas. I have one more on the wall.
Oh, those are really pretty. That makes me think of barn stars. I really want to make a barn star.
Angela, what are you talking about? The only reason I'm sliding my chair so I don't have to get up and stand iron. Because the table's so low, I can't cut standing. And I gotta get my husband to make a higher stand. That looks awful. The painting is on a canvas, so I can't really, unless I turn around and take a picture of it and turn it into paper piecing and have Elizabeth help me test it. And it's actually my husband's painting that he just gave me.
I feel like I'm to the point of the night where I'm questioning everything I'm doing in advance so that in case I'm doing something wrong,
Yeah.
I feel like
I'm like
just start
counting
to-
where I'm at. I like doing the lives because I can work on my UFOs and everybody else can work with me or ask questions.
Yeah, I've got a lot done. I'm pretty happy with the progress I've made. I feel like I just heard my daughter.
So I know Kathy gets on at 10 and then Melissa goes on a little after that. But I'm trying to see if I can do some lives, like a pop-up live here and there.
Oh, my baby girl. My Zoe's up and she's crying, so I'm not sure what's bothering her. She's got her blankie over her head. But I swore I heard her earlier, but she was laying down. I wonder if she needs a diaper. She's not potty trained yet, so I wonder if her tummy hurts or something. I'm probably going to finish clipping and see what she does, and if she doesn't lay back down by the time I'm done, I might go check in and see if she's okay.
Okay. You're going to think I was crazy to do something.
What are you
I
doing?
rescued a kitty off a highway.
Huh?
I rescued a kitty off the highway several years ago.
Oh my gosh, that's so much better than what I thought I heard you say. I thought you said I threw a kitty off the highway.
No, I rescued it.
That's so sweet.
She passed away several months ago because my youngest boy, and I'm going to be honest, he doesn't think he's a big dog. He thinks he's a baby. And he wanted to play with the kitties. And accidentally stepped on him. And then he has regret after it happened. She did turn out to be a beautiful cat. For quilting, I was making dresses for my daughter. Is she okay?
Let's see. She laid back down. She's got her blankie over her. She's not crying. Let's see. She laid back down. It's really hard to see, but that's her in her crib. And she's laying back down. She was sitting up crying. Not crying, but just kind of yelling. So sometimes we would recently just all been sick with the stomach bug. And then we had, I think we had COVID like 2 weeks before that. So we've had a hard couple months here. And when she was sick, I would go into her room and like take her temperature because one night she had a really, really high fever with the COVID. And so I went in there and I would like make sure she was okay and like give her medicine and get her whatever she needed. And then after she started feeling better, she would start yelling and I would go in there and she's like, I think I need medicine. Will you take my temperature? And she'd be like, I want to go watch trucks. I want to go in your room. I want to go watch trucks. I'm like, we're not going to go watch trucks. You're okay. You need to stay in your room in your bed because she likes going in our bed and laying down and cuddling and watching YouTube videos. But I was like, no, we're not doing that.
Yeah. So this is a dress I made my daughter. Without a surgery or anything.
That's really cool.
Yeah. This is before we got Mufasa, and this is my Anna. And there's them two together. Moana and Anna. And this is kind of the cutest. A puppy cuddling the kitty with her arm over it.
That's so cute. Oh no. I hear something going on in my machine.
We lost him. He's my baby. He was my husband's kitty. So when he was little, he would escape his kennel. This is long before me. He would escape it every night. So my husband named him Houdini. So we call him Gucci.
That's so funny.
He lived to be 15, 16 years old. So, here's my new one. Here you go.
Oh my gosh, that looks so good. That looks really good.
I might try that, Tracy. But now I have two ideas to try and make paper piecing. This has been fun. Angela, Beth, what's your deadline for that quilt? Is at the end of the month. I can tell you that because she said it at the beginning. So Beth, I have been very blessed since 2020. My husband hasn't even brought COVID home. I love it. With him working in the ER and all that, we've been very blessed.
That's really good.
We've been very blessed that we haven't got it.
We think we got it before it was like announced, because my uncle that I was talking about, the one that was in Vietnam, he got sick that winter before everything like shut down, and he was sick for weeks, and it was like really bad, and we didn't know why he was sick for so long. It was so terrible. And then I got sick, and I have a really good immune system. I never get sick. I maybe get sick once a year. And so I got like terribly sick, and then Austin got sick. And later on, we were like, oh, I think maybe we had COVID. But then this last round, so that was the first time. And then 2 weeks ago, we think we had the Omicron or whatever because it was a lot more of like the stomach stuff, not the stomach bug, because we got that a week later. But it started with like an upset throat in my throat and just kind of uncomfortable. and then I had like a headache, like the worst headache for like days leading up to it, and then I started to have the other fun stuff, and Austin got sick too, and then Addington got sick. He just was like so weak and didn't have any energy, and then Zoe had like the highest fever I have ever seen her have. So it's like everyone had different symptoms,
Yeah.
and everyone, like, it was just not fun at all, and Austin ended up getting sick. So yeah, so we went through what we think was COVID. We haven't gotten tested. I don't really feel like they need to, but I think we all had it. And then 2 weeks later, last week, or yeah, we got the stomach bug together as a family. There was a lot of puking and all that fun stuff.
Yeah, but my daughter, she did get it for the first time.
Oh
I
no.
know, but she didn't have the symptoms. She didn't have anything. She has a really good
It
immune
affects
system.
everyone
It was just
differently.
It was just there because she was close to her classmate that had it and in contact.
That's sad. I feel like even before COVID, it was never a thing. If you're sick, just stay home. I don't care if you have COVID or whatever. If you're sick, don't go to work.
Yeah.
Don't go to school. Don't go to the grocery store. Yay! So I think that's going to be my stopping point. I have one more section in that wedge, and I will have another wedge done, and then I'll do one more three part. I don't know how to like word it so it's not confusing,
Yeah.
but I have a 3-part wedge, 2 more, and then I'll have half of it done. So I have 5 more like little sections to do, and I'll have half of the quilt done, and then I have to do the other half.
Did you know that it was me on Instagram that I created the page in my name? Right?
Yes.
For everyone that has Instagram, it's in my personal name, Courtney Sturbins, if you guys want to follow there. But it was really weird still. I couldn't even log in on my computer to set it up.
That's weird. That's really weird.
And my cell phone kept just knocking me off.
That's frustrating. I hope maybe go into your app store and see if there's an update, because that's like literally my only idea. I know Instagram gets real funky if you're not up to date on the like software or whatever. Tracy said, Beth, that pattern is cool. Looks like palm fronds. That would be a really cool idea to do. It's a test quilt by A Quarter Life Leap, and I'm having a lot of fun with it. A lot of other testers are doing some really cool things with it. Crystal said, well, I'm going to get off here for the night. Talk to you guys next time. Have a good night. Thanks for the chat. Good night, Crystal. Thanks for hanging out with us. I think I'm going to also head off. I'm pretty sure Louise, it's not going to be long until Louise is getting up wanting to eat. I cannot believe it's almost 1. I feel like you literally just said it's 12.
Yeah.
So I'm probably going to grab a Pop-Tart because I'm hungry.
I know that feeling. I'm getting it's a cup noodle. So instead of ramen noodles, it's cup noodle teriyaki chicken.
Oh, that sounds really good. I like the ramen. The chicken is my favorite. I know that's so basic, but it's so good.
Yeah. But they had the more like some cabbage and carrots and chicken in there.
Oh, yeah.
So if you get those, go to Walmart. They have them for 89 cents a piece.
Oh, that's good.
My husband went to Dillon's and they were like $1 something.
Oh, we don't even have a Dillon's here anymore. We've got Price Chopper in town, but Walmart's so much cheaper. Oh, yes, I will be looking into the Black Magic. And I'll be looking into
that down before we forget.
The Judy Greasy frame. Melissa, I know she's off. Maybe her and I can learn together. But I think I'm going to go to bed and try and get some sleep. Maybe get a snack in before I fall asleep and get some water. I had so much fun. Thank you for going live with me tonight and sewing with me.
We need to make
I had
date
really-
nights to where we can do this again.
Yes, and I have a lot more to go, so I'm gonna have a lot of
It
nights
made
where I'm
us
just
work in progress, right?
yeah. This is true. This is true.
It's all about, because even before this, I was using TikTok live, and just work on it. That's how I got almost halfway done with my elephant. And everybody
Yeah.
was like, "Man," I even made money on it by doing that
Oh,
live. 10 cents.
that's awesome.
I wasn't even trying to make money. I was just trying to show off my work.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check out TikTok. I'm just like don't know a lot about it. I didn't even know that you could go live on TikTok. I think that's
You
really
have to
cool.
hit 1,000 followers.
Oh, yeah, and you've got over 2,000.
Yeah.
That's insane. That's so cool.
Part of it is because Little Glass Quilt keeps shouting me out to everybody.
That's awesome. Well, I think it's really cool that there's so many people that are like supportive and
Yeah.
I feel like I don't know. I don't feel like there's a lot of other communities like this. At least for my sister-in-law, she does clay earrings and she says the clay earring community, it's like full of people that don't want to give secrets away and don't want to make room for people at the table. It's like there's enough room for all of us. We all shine in a different way. We all bring something to the table. And like when there's people that are wanting to let other people shine and like give those opportunities, that's great. I mean, I think the world needs more of that everywhere else because
And it's
people
like
can
I
be
say at the
jerks.
end of every video, be unique,
Yeah,
be you, be creative.
I love that. I really love that. Well, I'm gonna go to bed. You get your cup of noodles. I'm gonna get my Pop-Tart, my unfrosted strawberry Pop-Tart.
Have you ever heard of Julia Child?
No.
She's a French cooker. There is a competition show on Discovery Plus.
I'm gonna have to check that out.
It was really fun to watch because you also get to see her on the TV from the days of black and white TV.
Oh wow, that's really cool. I
And
might have to check that
there's
out.
2 other shows I watch. The Secrets I Tell, which is by Chef Anne Burrell. She will tell you all the secrets how to make these recipes that she makes.
Oh, I need that. I'm a terrible cook, so
I
need
don't
all
cook.
help I can
My
get.
husband cooks. My husband takes care of it. He'll bring home different recipes with new taste and like the taste buds. It sparks your taste buds up.
Oh, that's crazy. That's awesome. My husband's the
We,
cooker too. So much better.
we make so instead of tomato goulash, our goulash is mac and cheese, peas, cream of mushroom, sausage, and rotel.
Oh, that sounds really good. My husband would love that. He loves goulash.
And then the movie Julia and Julia. I love that movie. And then we have cheesy grits. So it's cheesy grits, cheese, grits, jalapenos, bacon, onions, all mixed together.
Oh, that
Like
sounds
you
really
can't taste the
good.
illenos in it.
Yeah, that sounds good. Now I'm
And we
hungry. I
make
need to go get
homemade
my
cheese dip
Pop-Tart.
too.
You're talking about all this fun food, and I'm gonna go get like the most basic pastry that I can find.
But at
Doesn't
least I
even have
give you
ice.
some ideas. And if you need the recipe, just let me know.
Yeah, I definitely will. I will message you tomorrow, and we can set something up to do this again.
I lost her at jalapenos.
That's funny.
Oh,
No,
that's
she's
gonna suck. But you don't have to put jalapenos in there. It's just the way
I
we
like to
like it
make
because it gives the spice flavor out of it.
that
I don't
sounds
even
really
like
good.
jalapenos, but my husband does it. So finally, you can't even find them. Oh.
Well, I am gonna go to bed. You have a great rest of your morning. I would say night, but it's morning now. And
Yeah,
I'll
I
talk to you
get to bed too
today.
before it's too long.
Well,
we
I
got
had a lot of fun.
Kathy and Melissa tomorrow morning, and maybe me popping on.
Oh, cool. Yeah, get some rest, and I'll be watching that video. I'll make a comment and say hi.
Okay.
It was really fun talking to everyone.
Yeah. Yep. And just like I'm going to say is be creative, be you, be unique.
I love that. Well, I will talk to you soon.
Talk
I'm
to you
gonna
soon.
press end the stream, and I think you and I are still gonna be in the studio while the video downloads, and it should post to both of our YouTubes. So let's see.
Okay.
I'm gonna press end stream. Good night, everybody. Thank you for watching. We had such a very good time, and we will be doing this again in the future. So I'm
Yeah.
gonna press end stream now.
Mwah.
Bye.